Okay, this is a pitch video for the US version of Alundra for AGDQ 2017 and also RPG Limit Break 2017. There are differences between the Japanese and US runs, which is why I'm recording separate videos for the two. First thing before we start off, I'm playing this is a PS1 being played on PS2. Before we start the run, I gotta make sure that I don't already have an Alundra save file already made. That's important, because you actually make up time in the run if you already do. So, for running purposes, we start off with a clear save file there. Diagnosis off, and then this is important that I change disk speed to fast. I'll explain why that's important whenever we get to that part of the runs, but for now, that's how we do it. So, we gotta load up. Headphone users beware, there's going to be, for probably a second, super loud hot anime intro to this game, because they added a hot anime intro to the localized versions of Alundra. So I'm going to mash as well as I can to get past it. You'll be able to see here my input monitor, which shows all the inputs I'm doing. But usually like a second of hot anime intro makes it through. Okay. Alright, we did it. So, 3, 2, 1, go. We start runs from the start screen. Because, man, doing SDA timing on this, do not want to do that. So, in Alundra, there's a brief section at the start of the game where I have control for a bit. Where we're going to start doing some of the movement tricks to go fast in this run. And then we got some hot cutscenes to sit through, as with any good old RPG. Alright, so in Alundra, we can just move around normally with the D-pad, but there's also a mechanic in the game where we can dash. So, by holding down triangle, and then selecting a D-pad direction to dash in, you can dash. There's also some speed tech here, because normally you're not intended to be able to change directions while you're dashing, but if you time everything correctly, you are able to change directions and keep your dash speed going. Not easy to do, but it's something you just get used to from doing runs. But here I gotta talk to 2 different NPCs. I gotta talk to the captain once, talk to that sailor guy, and then go talk to the captain again, and that triggers the end of this part of the game. I'll get into the kind of weird text skipping you have to do a bit later when it's more prevalent, but just know that skipping text in this game is harder than it should be. So here's the end of where I have control. We got about 3-ish minutes, I think, of cutscene here. So for the overall story of Alundra, the character we control is called Alundra. He's the guy with the orange hair. Alundra is a elf dude, I guess. And his special power is that he has a tiny face and a large head. He also is able to enter the dreams of people for some reason. I don't know, elf thing. And he can go in and solve their dream problems by entering their dreams. So, while Alundra is dreaming here, you can tell it's a dream because it's all foggy around the edges of the screen. In Alundra's own dream, a spooky ghost man, who is made out of rave strobe lights, contacts Alundra in his dream to tell him that, hey, this village is in danger. You should maybe go help him out. So naturally, he jumps on a boat and takes it over to this village here, in Noah Village, which I think is on like an island or something, to go help them out with their problems, because they're having like evil god problems. And that's no good. But here's Rave Ghost, Lars. We see Lars a few times throughout the game. He's pretty much just giving us the plot here. I guess one of the nice things about the US version of this is that the text moves slowly enough that you can actually read most of it. during this is kind of on autopilot. Like I cannot press any buttons here, and it'll just go at its own pace. But for whatever reason, if you tap square, this goes by like 5 to 10 seconds faster. We don't know why, but you can just kind of mindlessly tap square and this goes faster. When I actually have proper control over text skipping later, the way that text skipping works is the square button, this one right there, advances text, and then it'll advance up to 3 full lines of text on the text box here, and then it'll stop. So I hold down square for that whole thing. I have to let go of square, press it again to get the next set of dialogue to come down. Keep holding it until it's done scrolling, let go and press it again to get rid of the text box. And how quickly you can get through text depends on how exact your timing is on letting go of square and pressing it again, which is a huge pain, especially in this version, because for whatever reason they made the text boxes 3 lines high. In the Japanese version, it's 2 lines of text boxes, or 2 lines per text box. I don't know why they changed that, but they did. So in this version, there's some like text box lines that only have maybe 1 line of text, and the other 2 are just like blank. So it's really hard to tell when lines start and stop in this. So mistakes in skipping text can actually add up over the course of the run and lose you potential minutes on just skipping text, which that sucks, but hey, that's RPG speedrunning for you. So I'm recording this on my stream right now, so if you see me looking over this way and saying something, that's me talking to chat. Hi chat, how you doing? Hello everybody who said greetings and good luck. Thank you. Y'all are based. So now this cutscene's over and we're in the first drunk room in the game. I call them drunk rooms because the controls in these rooms are a little weird. So I have proper movement control over Alundra there, but the game randomly moves me in a direction during that sequence. So it's strats to actually jump during rooms like that. Because it kind of moves you closer to where you want to go rather than just moving around on the D-pad. But luckily there's only 2 mandatory rooms like that in the game, and then potentially in 1 boss fight it could also have an effect like that. But that all comes down to luck. We're way more likely to see that happen in the boss fight in the US version. Because the US and PAL versions are fairly substantially different in terms of routing and gameplay to the Japanese version. That's because, for whatever reason, the company that localized this, Working Designs, you might have heard of them, decided to rebalance the gameplay when they brought this game over to the West. So what they did was, in the translator's notes, they said they rebalanced the gameplay to make the boss fights take not as long. But what they actually did was give enemies 1.5 times the amount of health that they normally do in the Japanese version. So the end result of that is that all the boss fights in this entire game take longer, and so do all the regular fights. So this changes up the health route in the game, it changes up the magic route in the game, it changes up the item route in the game, and it changes up almost all of the boss fight strats in the game. So the run for the US version and also the PAL version is quite a bit more difficult than the Japanese version, just because there's more combat and it takes longer to kill enemies, but they can still kill you just as fast. Alright, so now we got control again. So, we're in Jess's house. Jess is the dude who rescued me from the beach. And, because he rescued us from certain death, we're now his son. Because, Alundra. Alright, this is, Sybil. She's the town crazy person. Every town's got one. And now we're off to this guy's house. I forgot his name, but this guy. Guy moaning in bed's house. Wendell, there he is. And so this is stuff like this is kind of what makes the Alundra run longer than it really should be. There's a lot of story segments in this game that have just a ton of scripted movements, a ton of dialogue text that you gotta skip through. And I think all told, it probably adds like at least 2 hours to the run just having these story cutscenes in the game. And this would otherwise be like maybe three-ish hours if we could just not have all these animations and dialogue to skip through. But hey, the story in this is actually pretty good, so I can't complain too much. All right, so this is Septimus. He's kind of our wise man, I guess, in the run. He helps us out with all the stuff we need help with. He's sending us on our first quest to the first dungeon, which is Tarn's Manor. So like any proper Zelda, we got some dungeons to go to, stuff to collect in the dungeons, bosses to fight. But in this case, there's no boss for the first dungeon. All right, so the way that the world of Alundra is structured, we got the big village in the center of the world map, and then there is a large overworld surrounding the village of Anoa. So we're on the overworld now. Whenever you hear this amazing song, that means we're in the overworld. So the first dungeon is right over here. So these are Merg. These enemies are super annoying in the game. We're going to be dealing with them shortly. So here's where you start seeing the combat balance differences between the US and Japanese versions. So in the Japanese version, the enemies I'm about to fight take 1 hit to kill. So this fight is normally no problem. You can be done with it in about 2 seconds. It takes slightly longer in the US version because it's 1.5 times the amount of health and it rounds up. So these things practically have double health to the Japanese version. Alright, so there's kind of a money route I need to be following here, but we'll get to that when we get to that. So in Alundra, any thrown item that you use on an enemy will one-shot the enemy. So if there's ever like a throwable item near an enemy, you want to throw it at them. The exception is bosses, because there's generally no throwable items you can throw at bosses. And another exception is the hot dog, which we will get into later. So that we've done all the puzzles kind of as intended so far. This is the first not quite intended solution to an Alundra puzzle that we're going to do. So you're supposed to put barrels on all 4 switches, but if we do this, we can run underneath the gate before it closes and just skip that. So far, so good. This one's as intended. So the next room also has another sequence break for it. Normally you're supposed to hit all 4 switches around the perimeter of this room to make that platform go down, but instead we can just jump from that ledge there and get to the key, no problem. That jump's a little tricky to do, so a little tricky. This right here, this is the reason why we play this game on PS2 at fastest speed, because that little jingle that just played there when it opened the chest plays at double speed on PS2 at fastest speed. So over the run, I believe it was calculated to save 2-ish minutes, I think, just having the fast jingle. There it is again. So if you slow that jingle down by half, that is the speed it should be. So here's some marathon safety strats. I get 30 gilder here. This is an herb. This is just a healing item that I can use. That's just marathon safety. So here we get a cutscene with Melzus. This is the big baddie in the game. We're going to see him quite a bit during run. Now we can go ahead and exit this area. I go up the center of this hallway because the Merg there jump over your head if you're doing that. Alright, so now we're going back to town. Gonna go back to Wendell's house because we got the book that we need to solve this issue. And we're gonna have the first Nightmare Dungeon. Thank you for the host, Shentok. Alright, so there's 2 ways back into the village. I'm just going to go in through this way. It's almost the same amount of time to get to where I want to go, depending on which exit. There's a north exit to the village and a northeast exit. Either one works in this case. So here we're kind of autopiloted here, over to Septimus. And one of the kind of more annoying things in this run is that there's... in the Japanese version, when you're skipping text, you can just use the square button to make text scroll quickly, and then tap it to get to the next line. And then also in the Japanese version, if it gives you a yes/no prompt to a question, you can just keep mashing on square and it'll select yes. But for whatever reason in the US version and PAL version, they only let you use the cross button, or X button, if you will, to say yes or no to something, which is annoying. So right there, you actually have to hit X to go to that prompt. Alright, here's our first proper dream sequence dungeon. This one's about half platforming in quotes, about half combat. This is actually one of the more dangerous parts of the run, well, the bosses for this, which you'll see when we get there. But the first bit of this dungeon's easy, and it really shows off kind of how cool some of the platforming / dashing is in this. So if I do all this properly, I can make it through this entire part of the dungeon without bonking or slowing down at all. So generally, in 99.9% of cases in the run, if you see a runner bonk off a wall, that's a mistake. There are some parts where bonks are on purpose because it sets up proper spacing for precise placement for skipping things. But in most cases, a bonk is not strats. Alright, no bonks. Good. Alright, here I need to position myself in the center of these blobs and get them all to aggro. Like that. Alright. This is another spot that is way faster in Japanese because of the less health of enemies. Okay. Alright, then Gelatinoid. So, this is the first proper boss in the game. The boss has 3 phases. The first phase is 1 gigantic blob, second phase is 3 smaller ones, and then the last one is they split up into 4 little pieces each. For marathon safe strats, I'm just going to hit it with the sword. There is a technique you can do here to do shoulder dashes into the boss, which risks you taking hits from the boss, which in the US version, you do not want to get hit by this boss. But the shoulder charge does double damage to the boss, which is gets through this fight about twice as fast, but in a marathon setting, I do not want to risk losing a bunch of health to this boss, which is absolutely something that can happen. And like, especially for the next part of the game, I want to have as much health as I can. So another thing that I need to make sure to do against this boss is to keep track of how many times I've hit each piece, because the last phase of this boss splits up into 4 smaller clones of itself, which it should start doing soonish here. And when it does that, there we go. If there's too many clones on screen, so you might have noticed there the game slowed down a lot. That's because there's too many sprites on screen, and the power of the PlayStation cannot handle that many sprites. I also need to be at a decent health for the next bit of the game. So, I need to pick up all the money and all the health that I can. Okay. Pidgey-Duck. Alright, so far so good. Now we get some more plot. The next little bit is just some autopilot plot for a little bit. So in a marathon setting, this would be a good time for donation stuff. So I'll just let this go for a bit. The only thing that this is really setting up is one of the mini-bosses, sub-bosses, I guess, and antagonists in the story, which is the totally not evil, sketchy priest. That's north of town. So how y'all doing, chat? Oh, Shentalk, I don't know if you're still here, but I'm planning on doing some of my Saturn stuff soon. Maybe playing through Dark Savior and Linkle Liver Story soon. Probably on Friday, I want to say. If I was going to put a date on it. Because I've had my Saturn stuff sitting around here for a while, I might as well start actually playing some of my Saturn stuff. Hey Moodles. I'm doing good. Just recording this marathon commentary. Your favorite DOS games? Nice. Well, if you've never streamed before, what I would recommend is before you go live, use the local recording function built into OBS or XSplit. I don't know if XSplit has it. And make sure to test like how loud your microphone is compared to game sound before you go live, just to make sure everything is fine. That's probably the biggest thing I would recommend to newer streamers. So check your playback your local recording that you made, just to make sure everything's fine. Because that's a mistake that a lot of newer streamers make, is like I'm assuming this all works, and then a lot of times it isn't. Also, if you're streaming console stuff, de-interlace your footage. Please. Alright, so here's another bit where I got a yes-no question. If you say no to this, it's a but thou must question. Hey, Boba. Alright. So, after this, we all the plot that was set up here is Sketchy Priest guy is really into worshipping totally not evil gods. And he seems like a nice guy. Now we're just gonna head back to Septimus, advance some plot. So everything's right in the world. We saved Old Man from his nightmare. We're gonna check in with our boy Septimus and find out what's been cracking in the village. So here he tells us about Sybil. I mentioned Sybil as a town crazy person. He concurs, she's crazy. Also, there's a girl that whenever she goes to sleep, stuff starts exploding around her. That's pretty cool. Oh, also, these text boxes take about twice as long in the US version as they do in the Japanese version, which is fantastic. Alright. Well, low like bitrate and stream quality is one thing, but intentionally not de-interlacing your footage. Come on. It is 2 mouse clicks in OBS. Okay, so Septimus said, "Oh man, the coal mine collapsed. We should go check out the coal mine." No, actually what you're supposed to do is go to the mayor's house. Where we gotta talk to everybody here except Bed Guy, because we don't need to talk to him. You won't even get out of bed to talk to us. Why would you talk to him? And then when we try to leave, our boy Septimus shows up. So here's the first, like, intended use of the dream mechanic. This guy clearly can't talk to us because he's almost literally dead. So instead, to find out what's going on, we're going to enter his dreams. And that somehow lets us time travel to the past. And then we could figure out what went on in the coal mine to make it start exploding. There's some sketchy story stuff in this game, but Don't think about it too hard. If you're dropping frames, drop frames could be from, is it giving you the message for encoding too high, or is that on your ISP's end? Because sometimes you can't do much about drop frames. You can lower your bit rate. And echoing, use headphones if you can. Okay, so for this, there's a trick here where we can go in here, exit the door next to us, and that warps us up to this other door, which is great. So here we need to learn this password. It is very important. Left, left, right, left. Hopefully you remember that, chat. Left, left, right, left. Alright. So this part is supposed to be super easy in the game, but I need to make sure that I don't take hardly any damage during this. My health is already at 9 out of 11, which is not great. I'm also going to pass up the easy joke here. So I'm going to hide over here, and any merg that get even close to me I need to take out, but... Okay. Okay, good. This section's on a timer, so I'm just going to hang out here. You just need to defeat all the merg that get close to you, because the object of that is to just survive with all of your health if you can. If your health is like 6 or below, you actually need to risk it and try and defeat the merg there to see if you can get a health drop. Health drops in this game are random. They vary per frame, so this game has a mechanic like Zelda where if you break pots or slash grass with your sword or weapon or whatever, it has a chance of dropping money or health. And in this case, like if you slash some grass on one frame, it'll drop nothing, but on the next frame it might drop like a large health drop, or a small health drop, or large money or small money. It's just kind of up to randomness, so that can be really annoying, especially if you get into a situation where you need health or money. There are places to get guaranteed money and health, so for the most part you don't have to rely on item drop luck. Alright, so here's another gameplay mechanic. Most of the weapons and tools that we need in the run are made by Jess here, and we get them at set points in the story. So here Jess is telling us about the final dungeon in the game, the Lake Palace, that it was submerged into the lake, and they sealed it with 7? Let's go with 7. 7 crystal things. And guess what? We're going to have to get those 7 crystal things throughout the course of the game. So he's going to go investigate the coal mine, and he just happened to make this mining bomb. He's going to leave this mining bomb on the table in front of us, but we should definitely not take this bomb with us and go investigate the coal mine. He means it. We're going to stay here, because Jess cares about us. But instead what we're going to do is take the mining bomb. So unlike a Zelda game, for example, the usable items that you have, like combat and utility items, are infinite. With the exception of healing items, because that would be too weird. That would be too easy. So like this mining bomb, for example, has infinite uses. You can only have 3 on screen at a time, but I can infinitely generate mining bombs. So here we gotta equip that. Just for safety's sake, I'm going to get my bomb out there. There's an optimized place to pull out the bomb. And there we are, into the coal mine. Okay. So this is the first large dungeon in the game. This dungeon has a ton of different rooms in it. And some rooms can be kind of difficult. So one of the main strats in the game for using items is that you generally want to jump before you either take out the item or slash or do whatever with it. That's because you can keep moving if you jump before you get an item out or you slash, like that. If you just did a standing slash, you would you would stop in place for like a quarter of a second while he was slashing or pulling out the item. But if you jump while doing it, you can keep moving. All right. Okay. Ooh, I want that. Okay. So, for marathon safety in the US version, there are 4 chests at the top of the screen. In this version, because health is so tight in this entire run, I'm going to pick up most of the not super out of the way health chests in the run. I'm also going to get this last guaranteed money chest, and this ensures that I'm going to have enough money to finish the run. Like I was mentioning before, there are random drops for health and money in this game, and there are places where there's guaranteed drops for stuff like that, and those chests are always guaranteed drops. So that dead miner there, or I think he's dead now, gave us a key to open that gate. Hopefully you remember the password, which is left, to start up this. And what this starts up is the minecarts, which we now have access to the minecarts. We head over here into this. The gimmick of this dungeon is that there's these minecarts which take you from certain points to certain points in the dungeon. They also open up new areas of the dungeon. And we have to do a bunch of like track switching to determine where those carts go. So here I need to go into this room to trigger a little rock slide here. And then where these turtles are down here is random. Okay. So just to preserve some of my health in the very dangerous US version run, I walked down through that room. Normally you would run down through that room, but I want to keep as much health as I can. Alright, so here I gotta time my movements through this room so as I don't get hit too many times by those falling boulders. In this game, there's some parts where you have restricted movement speed. So in shallow water like this, I need to be doing short hops the entire time to actually keep up a decent move speed. So here, turning on that switch earlier made a door open there. Now I can get in this, and this keeps going. Now we're going into the south end of this room. Something else I wanted to mention. Oh yeah, and in that room where I hit the switch, after jumping past all the falling boulders there, you can actually leave that room too quickly, and it will, I'm gonna see if I can get some health here. There we go. If you leave the room too early, the switch doesn't count as being activated, and you need to go back into that room and hit it again. There's a few spots in the run where stuff like that happens. That went really well. Also, whenever an item drops from a chest, I can tell which item dropped based off of the sound that it made. So I knew immediately, even though I didn't see it on screen, I knew that one of those chests dropped a health drop rather than a money drop, as they make very, very slightly different sounds when they spawn from wherever you got them from, be it a chest, a pot, or just cutting grass. So now that we got another key, that key will open up a locked door that was earlier in the dungeon, so we gotta backtrack almost to the start of this. So when you're playing this casually, like, I remember this dungeon being kind of annoying, trying to figure out where to go. Even though this dungeon isn't really that big, just the fact that you had to wait for it to go through all these minecart animations was pretty annoying. So hit that switch. It's important that I did not shoulder charge into that switch. You can do a shoulder charge by dashing and then hitting either the square, cross, or circle buttons to do a shoulder charge. And like I mentioned before, in the beginning of the game, that does double damage instead of your sword. But here's another room that has multiple solutions to it. The fastest solution is to jump across these over here. And then, rather than do some other puzzles, you can instead just jump across to there. Don't worry, I didn't know about that either until I saw the speedrun route for this. There's a lot of spots in the game where there's a lot of really fast solutions to stuff that it looks like you shouldn't be able to do, but the people who made the maps for this were really clever in hiding certain spots where you can jump. So now that we got another key, that opens up a door down here. So you can hit this, and then take this. If you didn't hit the switch there, this minecart would just go in a circle, and then back to where I started. Alright, so in this next room we get the first blind jump. Because of Alundra's kind of unique perspective in the game, there's a lot of intended jumps that you have to take that don't look like you can make it. For this jump, I'm going to be abusing a mechanic that was relatively recent to the speedrun. So I'm going to be doing, if I can make the jump here, I'm going to be doing what's called is a item jump. So for whatever reason in Alundra, if you do a jump with an item held over your head, be it a like item in the world, like a crate or a pot or whatever, or like a bomb from your inventory or another item that we get later called the hot dog, you get one extra animation frame of your jump at the very end of your jump. We're not sure why that's the case, but luckily that's the case. And the result of having that one extra animation frame is that we get a little bit of extra length added to the end of our jump. And we can make some tougher jumps much easier, and actually do some otherwise impossible jumps in the run. So we're almost at the end of the dungeon here. We got a boss fight, in quotes, against just 4 Merg here. Here's the first appearance of Zazin. Zazin, this is the boss's name. I definitely did not forget his name. I just call him Donkey Kong. You'll see why later, but this guy's pretty annoying when you actually have to fight him later. So before we end this dungeon, we got a little boss fight to do. So the reason that the Merg were in here is that they're looking for the crest to open the final dungeon in the game. And they wanted to back away into the village of Inoa, so that's what they're doing here. They mentioned that they found 2 crests already, and they still need to find more. They're, spoiler alert, but they're under the control of an evil god right now, which is why they're evil. So that's why they're attacking us. That health pickup there is technically optional, but I grab it because in the US version of this run especially, you're going to want all the health you can get. During one of my any percent attempts, I think it's the current world record maybe, I ended the run with 1 health. Exactly 1 health left. So, in this run, you can't really afford to pass up some of the optional health in this. In the Japanese version, that's less of an issue, but oh man, in the US version, things can go sideways very quickly if you're not careful. Luckily, in the marathon route, I am much more careful than I otherwise would be. Alright, so here's a little preview of the Merg Woods, or no, this is the Great Tree Tower dungeon. This dungeon is going to be really annoying much later in the game. So this is just a little like, hey, look at this cool area. But we will not be dealing with the Great Tree Tower for another few hours. So now we head on back. We're going to get a little cutscene with another new character. So guy on the right is Klein. That's Klein right there. He's got a beard, a crossbow, and we're gonna have a good old dungeon with him later. So they found us, we're not dead, so they just kind of leave us here. Now we're just heading back to the village. So that statue in the middle of the screen there is going to be important later on the run. But for now, we'll just go past it. I'll point out that if anybody can find a way to get to that statue early in the game, earlier than like 2/3 through the run, then we could make this run quite a bit shorter. So now over here to Sybil. They won't let us back into Jess's house unless we talk to Sybil here, so we're kind of forced to have this conversation. So this is the first of 3 bathroom breaks in the run. Because this is not in a marathon setting, I'm going to take it. In a marathon setting, I would just man up and sit through the whole thing. But because I can, I'm going to take this 1 bathroom break. There's only 3 in this long run. So I have 1 text box here to skip. And then I have 1 minute and 10 seconds of uninterrupted input time. So I'll be back in a minute. Hey, Toast. Hello, Tempest. What is this controller? This is a Fujiwork Rencia Dawn. Rencia Dawn, or Dan, however you want to pronounce it. Fujiwork's the company, though. I use this controller because it's got a comfy D-pad. There are very few PS1 or PS2 D-pads that you can actually use. You think I don't know what the world record is for this? You must be new. Also, that's for the different version of this game, so welcome. Also, I know. But yeah, there's very few PS1 controllers that actually have good D-pads that you can use for a long period of time. And this specific model of the controller has a very easy-to-press D-pad, and it doesn't feel like my thumb got slammed in a car door after a few hours like it does with the stock ones. So we got the set of flowers from Jess, and now we're going to press F to pay respects. Or Olin here. Depending on how quickly you do this, you can skip the text box. I'm going to see if I can. It's harder to do on the US version. Got it. Okay. So we skipped the text box there. And now we're into Lars Crypt. So there's a slight a slight skip here. You can do this puzzle before you actually know that you're supposed to do this puzzle. So the way you're intended to do this puzzle is to talk to each one of these plaques here and then do the logic puzzle to figure out which one you should talk to in which order. But if you already know the solution, you can just do the solution. And when we go and turn into the quest giver for this, we get the quest and then turn it in at pretty much the exact same time. So those are always in the same order every time. And it's pretty easy to remember. So here's Spooky Ghost Guy. He tells you that I need to keep holding up here because I need to start the second part of this conversation. Oh, also, new world record guy. That's not even the world record anymore. That's the best part about all of this. The new world record is a 4:49. Alright. So this is an unskippable cutscene. We gotta wait for all 5 of these to warp in. And then they have to warp out individually. Next room has a very specific strat I have to do. Like I mentioned way earlier in the first dungeon in the manor, you can one-shot enemies by throwing items at them. I know exactly where the enemies are going to spawn in this room. So, I gotta place a bomb there, cause this to go, do that, and then you can kill all the enemies. Hey, night. Here's 2 safety herbs. Grab those for marathon safety, because US version is rough. Here there's a little hidden hole in the ground. Yep, here rests Alundra. It's pretty spooky, right? Talk to the statue here. Go on this. I have both the US and Japanese versions of Dark Savior, because I assumed I was probably going to speedrun it, so I bought both. But I've never played it casually, so I wanted to casually play the US version. How do I spell the name of the controller? The company is Fujiwork, Fujiwork. Alright. Here it's important, very important, that I hit these zombies with pots. There we go. I'm gonna have to hit one with my sword now, which is going to be annoying because these guys take a ton of hits to kill. Okay. So ideally you don't miss with the pots there. Fujiwork is all in one word. There's no space between the I and the W. But do an eBay search for that. And there's a company or a dude who sells Fujiwork controllers on eBay. Alright. Push this over here. So here there's a few different ways to do this room. The way I'm going to do it is what's kind of a consistent way. So the intended solution here is to, I almost fell in, is to grab that pot, or the barrel, and then get back on the platform and ride it all the way around the perimeter of the room. But if you're fast enough, you can grab that and jump over here and skip that entire ride. There's also a task strat that you can do there to do a bomb jump. If you do everything perfectly you can do that faster with a bomb jump to skip the going into the left room, the bottom left room entirely, and pushing all those switches. But that's it only saves you like 1/10 of a second maybe, and it is super risky. Alright, this is also a slight sequence break. You don't have to wait for this to go down and back again. You can totally play on PSN. That is no big deal. It will be slower than PS2 fastest speed, but you can absolutely do so. Alright, so this is... the puzzle here is that signpost says 2 steps forward, or 2 steps back, and then advance again, is the little word puzzle it gives you. So this is how you do it. You just gotta advance to this room, then go back, and then through here again. There's a strat in the next room here, which is really, really, really risky against this boss. I'm gonna try to do it because it saves a ton of time if I get it. It involves a glitch where you can pick up a bomb and infinitely explode the bomb. Shit. Okay, I almost had it there. Okay. I'm gonna try and get it one more time, because this saves a ton of time on this boss. There we go. Okay. So this is really hard to do. Okay, I gotta give up on that right there. Okay. We're gonna fight the boss normally. There we go. Okay. So, that glitch is the infinite bomb glitch. It took me a few tries to get it. So what that does is, if you drop a bomb on the ground while you've been knocked into the bomb, and then pick up a bomb off of the ground while the one on the ground is blowing up, it causes the bomb in your hands to infinitely explode. So, you can move in separate directions while picking up a fresh bomb to blow up over and over again. And that trick is very hard to maintain because you have to press buttons in very specific orders, and you can't press the same input twice in a row. Otherwise, it causes the bomb glitch to stop working. So I actually got it twice the first 2 times, but then I did the same input twice in a row. And then the third time, I calmed down and started getting in the rhythm of different inputs. So if you saw me go like right a little bit, and then down a little bit, and then up a little bit, right a little bit, while I was blowing the bomb up over and over again, that's why. Because you have to do different input movements there to keep the bomb exploding in your hands. For whatever reason, doing the same input twice causes it to stop working. So the bomb does a ton more damage to the boss than just a shoulder slash or a sword slash does. Well, a shoulder charge or a sword slash does. So ideally, you want to always be hitting the boss with bomb drops. If I just drop bombs on the ground, in 9 times out of 10, the boss is going to move where the bomb isn't, which is no good. But if you have a constantly exploding bomb in your hands, you can follow the boss around and keep hitting the boss with your bombs, which is much faster. Okay, so there's a strat difference here in the US version. In the Japanese version, I would be going into the store and buying a MP potion here. But because this is the US version, a surefire way to beat this next boss, Nadia, does not work in the US version, because the boss has more health. So, I need to do the pretty much YOLO strat to beat the boss here, but we'll get to that when we get to that. But just know that in the Japanese version, in an attempt and in any percent, I would be buying a MP potion here. So here's where we learn about the girl who, if she falls asleep, stuff explodes. This is her. So here we're learning about her, and she is madly in love with Bronair, the resident chicken farmer slash surfer bro. Apparently in the Japanese version, this guy is just a normal dude, just like anybody else in the village, but for whatever reason in the US version, they decided to make him a surfer bro. That's why he'll always be Bronair to me. He has some of the best quotes in the entire game. Alright. So here I gotta talk to everybody in the room. I'm going to talk to Bronair last, because after we talk to everybody here, that triggers Septimus to come in and talk to us. And then eventually, we're gonna have to be next to Bronair anyways to enter his dream. So here, remember, it's the X button in the US version. So I gotta hit X here. There we go. Yeah, he has a normal size face and a normal size head, which is rare in Alundra. Alright, so this is Bronair's dream. Bronair is being seduced by her, that's Sarah, towards the end of the dungeon. The gimmick of this dungeon is that there are there's sets of red blocks and blue blocks that will alternatively disappear and reappear depending on if I hit an orb thing that's being held by a statue. So here, we need to not trigger the blocks. Go this way, trigger the blocks over here. We need to drop down and get the chest that's over here, and then down into the teleporter. So we're gonna go get another key. So ideally you get all of these stuck in like a corner so you can hit all of them, but again, US version, the enemies all have 1.5 times the amount of health that they normally would. So those die in 2 hits in Japanese, but it's 3 or 4 in this one. So we gotta hit the blocks again, and now we get a kind of annoying platforming puzzle here. So I need to make it up these ladders before all these go. Just for safety strats, I'll take this a little bit slower than I normally would. If you get knocked off of that ledge there, then you have to climb all the way up again, and that's really annoying. Here we get some more hot dialogue. Yep, good old Working Designs. Working Designs did some awesome stuff to this game, but then they also completely ruined the gameplay balance. Good on them. So this dungeon's pretty easy. Here I need to switch back to the bomb. Normally I'd have the bomb still equipped here, but I had to do some healing in that last boss, which is also why I got that the extra healing earlier in the dungeon, because I figured that something like that would happen in that last boss. And the goal here is to finish runs. Here we get our last key. The chest in the next room is optional, but again, it might as well not be optional in the US version, because you just get wrecked so quickly in this run. Alright. That chest up there is a Gilded Falcon, which you only need for the Collect 'em All category for this. There's 2 categories. There's 97.8% and there's 100% for this. 97.8% does everything except for the literal RNG collectible. 100% actually gets the literal RNG collectible, which is great. Here, the strat to get across this this bridge is that we're going to damage boost through the sets of enemies here to get across quickly. And then we're gonna get to the boss, Sarah. So I'll explain now that Sarah is random. Sarah has 2 different patterns she can do. And if I can hit Sarah with a bomb, it will kill Sarah in 1 hit. So ideally, I want to hit Sarah with the earliest possible bomb hit. But this is just random. So we'll see how long this takes. In Japanese, there's a strat to do this consistently by buying a magic potion and then hitting Sarah with 2 casts of the earth magic. But in the US version, it takes 3 casts of earth magic. So we already got a bad pattern there. So that's 1 pattern the boss can do. Hopefully we'll see the other pattern soon, because that's the one we actually want. Oh, this is a crappy pattern. Nope. So if Sarah went left there, that would have been... the fight would have been over. Crappy pattern again. Alright, so that was 3 bad patterns in a row. Okay, there we go. So you can see why that pattern's better, because you get way more opportunities to try and hit the boss. And her movement during that is also random, I should note. Movement during this is preset. So that was what, 5? Up to 5 now? There we go. Okay. Welcome to Alundra runs. And guess what? I just made up a minute. So the quickest you could do that fight is on the very first bomb that you throw. So, yeah. Okay, the reason why I can't do the infinite bomb glitch for this is that the infinite bomb glitch only works on enemies that are 2 tiles tall, like the golem thing. Sarah is the same height as Alundra is, so when the bomb's exploding, it's exploding above Alundra, on the tile above him, and it explodes outside of the range of enemies that are 1 tile tall. So that's why, like, I had the same thought too of like, man, why aren't we just using infinite bomb glitch on Sarah? And that's why, because it doesn't work. It sucks. So the best we can really do is use the bomb glitch. If I had just hit Sarah with the sword that whole time and just hit her immediately when she spawned in, it would still take longer than, I think it's a 12 attempts at using the bomb, which you'd have to have really bad luck to have 12 cycle Sarah. Alright, here's the best line in the game. I'll always show this. Wait, I skipped it. Oh man. Alright, well anyway, never mind. Never mind. Hopefully you caught it there as I was skipping through it. But one of the lines he has is, Alundra, dude, we got a major problemo. A big bad 11 on the sphincter pucker-o-meter. That is the thing that character says. Okay. So now that we destroyed Sarah, we're off to the first major sequence break in the run. So here we're gonna get the flail item. Flail item is, instead of a arc attack that our sword is, this goes in a straight line. We can also use it, or it also does more damage than our sword, and it lets us break some breakable items in the run. But here I need to go and buy a magic potion. Hey folks, AG go to the aperture. Right there. So 30 gilder for that thing. And this will let us go quickly in the next dungeon. So, here is one of the first sequence breaks in Alundra. Well, in a bit. We're almost to the sequence break. First things first, we need to go and get a magic seed. So, when I was at the end of the Lars Crypt dungeon, where I did the bomb glitch on big golem thing. One of the items in the chest that I got was a scroll, and another item was a crystal thing. So you can see at the top of my UI there's a spinning crystal, and now I'm about to get a second one. Those are the amount of magic casts I have available to me. So now I have 2 casts of magic. And the way that health works in the game, the /14 is the maximum amount of health that I have, and the large red thing is 10 units of health, and the smaller red things are single units of health. Okay, so here's where we're going slightly out of the way from where we would normally go as intended in the game. So, I mentioned earlier that there was a weird mechanic where you get 1 extra frame of animation on your jumps if you jump with an item over your head. So, we're going to do an otherwise impossible jump in a little bit here. I don't need that. To do a kind of crazy skip. But first we gotta get there. So normally we wouldn't ever have to go to this screen until way later in the game. Also, it's important that I leave the screen that has a tree on it, like that up there, as soon as possible if they aggroed onto me. Because one of the attacks that that tree can do is that it lags the game. That's its attack. Alright, so here's the skip. This is a 3-frame window to do the skip. This jump is normally impossible. So let's see if I can get it in a reasonable amount of time here. The setup that I do here puts me on the... Good, third try. The farthest south available pixel on that ledge there. So I mentioned before that we can use bonks to set up precise positioning of our character for some jumps, and that's one of those occasions where we use a bonk to get the right distance for stuff. And if you do a standing down shoulder charge, you can always get the right positioning there. So that trick is very tough to do. That trick used to be even harder to do because the way that we would judge the correct position to be in was just kind of eyeball it and hope for the best. But now there's actually a proper set of consistent inputs you can do to put you in the right spot. But then you still have to get the 3-frame window D-pad input to get over there. Alright. Now we're in the desert area. We're gonna do the ancient shrine. The sand cape here is an item that lets us go into the sand. There's a few different cape items that we get throughout the run. This one is used the most. I said precise positioning, please. Not precisioning. Precise positioning. Y'all need to listen better. Alright. We go down here to trigger this. If you fall off of those little narrow walkway things, there are ways to get kind of where you need to go, but that's slow. There's some neat tricks you can do in this area to make this go by a lot faster than as intended. So this screen, the trick to this, by the way, is that you need to go the direction the wind is blowing. So it's blowing north, so we gotta exit north here. It's blowing to the left, so we gotta go left here. For this, I gotta be careful because we can do a skip here. If I leave this screen from the bottom edge like this, you can skip that jumping puzzle entirely, which is nice because that's a really annoying jumping puzzle otherwise. And now we're here in the ancient shrine. Alright, so that chest that I opened earlier gave us this spell. This is the Earth Book, way earlier than we're supposed to get it. And this spell is super annoying because it does a ton of damage, but it's also probably the most inconsistent spell in the game. So the Earth spell that we're supposed to have at this point in the game is the Earth Scroll. But because we picked up the Earth book, it replaced the Earth Scroll in our inventory. So the Earth Scroll or Earth book does about 3 times as much damage as the Earth Scroll does, but it randomly generates those meteors that fall from the sky, and it's up to the game whether or not those actually land. So I gotta be extra careful in this room, not to throw one of those rocks onto the stairs, because if it goes onto the stairs, it'll actually blow up, and I need to reset the room. Yeah, well, that's no fun. So because this is the US version, I go in here and get my health, or my HP back. Or no, MP. I got there. To speed up a different room. There's a precise healing and MP route for pretty much every dungeon. There's some slight differences in the US version. In this room, I need to make sure to stay off of the tiles that have an open eye on them, because that causes the 2 doors that you actually want to go into to close. Yep. Alright, so there's a little sequence break we can do in this next room. So normally you're supposed to go around the left side for this. Wait. Jump through. Alright. I forgot the setup for this, so we're just gonna do this the normal way. There's a proper pixel to stand on for this, but evidently I forgot how to do it. I only learned how to do it recently and only once, so we'll just do this the regular way. Rip. Okay. Alright, in this part, the movement of these guys is random. So, it's up to the game whether you lose time and HP here. That went fine, because there wasn't a guy in the way there. The room after this is a huge pain, because the movements of the enemies in the next room are also random. So let's see what we get here. So I need to... Okay. Alright, good. Okay. So, many things can go wrong there. If you are holding the rock over your head, and an enemy hits you, you drop the rock and it explodes, because that's what rocks do, right? Right? So you gotta be sure to... not get hit while you're holding the barrel there. Oh, I was on the wrong pixel for that, so I gotta redo the whole puzzle. The timing on this is pretty tight. Okay. Alright. So you get your health back every time you talk to a, every time you talk to a statue. So you don't have to worry about your health too much in this part. But these guys can... Okay, good. Good. Man, these guys are actually playing nice this time. The ball and chain does more damage than the sword does. I believe the starting sword does 2 damage, and I think the ball and chain does 1 extra point of damage. think. It also has a larger range than the sword does, so it helps. It helps range out these guys. In this room, there is a 2-pixel margin for where to push this thing. Let's see if I can get it. That might be too far to the left. Oh, it did? Sick. Okay, so there are 2 pixels of margin for pushing this pillar. If you push it too far to the left, you can't get back around the left side of it to move this onto the pressure plate. Because you need to do that to solve the puzzle here. Alright, this room has a strat here. So normally these bees are a huge problem, but if this works out correctly... Okay, well, that still worked out. There's a weird strat you can do here. Alright, I'm not going to do that strat anymore. Oh, I threw it the wrong way, that's why. Alright, so we gotta kill the bees the normal way now. Alright, bees. I probably should have gone over the new strat before doing this, but you're supposed to bounce the crate, or bounce the barrel off of that pillar, and then it bounces up onto the switch. But again, I forgot the new strat before starting this, so whatever. Here's the old way to do it. Alright, the position that the barrels fall for this is based off of what direction you're facing. So if you're having trouble with this puzzle, that's how you solve that. Alright. So this room's on a timer. Oh. It's a jumping throw for that one. Yes, Pitted. I was actually asked by somebody who was involved with it, and they asked why I didn't submit this to it. And my answer was, I didn't even know the game existed until after submissions closed last time. Now I do. Okay, so now we gotta backtrack. We talked to all the statues that are around the temple here, and it tells us, hey, go talk to spooky ghost guy, and he'll let us into the bottom part of the dungeon. Alright, so US version, I need to go and get my health and MP back here. Alright, so we talk to these bones. I need to put this in case things go wrong. There's multiple ways to do this room. So I'm going to damage boost by holding the opposite of the direction I want to be boosted in. So kind of the same way most games like this work. Alright, ideally all of the worms... Good. I want all the worms to get hit by magic there. And then just so that tragedy doesn't occur, I'll look up the bomb. So these panels rotate on a preset pattern that they do. It's the same every time. Oh jeez, I forgot which room I was in. Okay, this room is really dangerous, and that's why. Okay, this is actually good RNG here. I'm actually a little lucky that happened. Normally that third guy doesn't venture south there, and you might have to chase him down sometimes. Alright, we got a puzzle here. It's just a little weird puzzle that the game gives you. This is just the order. It's just right, left, and I'll solve this every time. So same deal here with the rotating panel stuff. the solution to this is actually along the back wall. This stumped me when I was playing this. Oh god, this stumped me actually when I was playing this casually. Like I was walking around the room going like, why is this not causing the puzzle to solve? Because you actually have to put them on the correct panels. Oh my god. I thought about it too hard there and waited an extra little bit. So in order to hit the right panel, you have to throw the rock on the correct symbol before the one that it needs to be on. So for this one, I need to throw it when the water droplet is on lit up on the panel, and then for this one, when the circle thing is lit up. And then I can't leave the room too early because triggers don't actually trigger unless they like finish playing the little sound that it makes, which is pretty annoying. And I also want to do the south one last, because there's rocks that fall from the ceiling, and those can actually do a number on you if they hit you. So in the Japanese version for this, you have to rely on RNG for this quite heavily. And in the US version, it's even worse. Okay, so we hit him 3 times. So in the US version, you need 3 of the meteors to actually hit the boss, which is not guaranteed. And then you have to hit him one more time with your flail. In the Japanese version, it's just 3 meteor hits, and that'll take out the boss. But again, it's random where they fall. Another thing that sucks about the meteors that follow this guy is that if you're standing too close to a wall, they just blow up on the wall instead of actually hitting anything useful. Alright. So this one, you can get them to fall right like that, and then just like way earlier in the game, you only have to solve half of these puzzles usually. Yeah, Infinite Bomb actually takes longer for that boss. In all versions. If I fall into any of these holes, then I have to backtrack a little bit to get back to where I need to go. I need to be careful not to fall into here. So any pit in Alundra, if you ever come across a pit, there's always like a room below each pit. It's not like Zelda, where in most cases if you fall in a pit, it'll just warp you back to like the entrance of the room in a lot of Zeldas. In this one, if you fall in a pit, it's going to take you somewhere new. And that's actually how you come across a few of the secrets in this game. Like you fall into a pit that looks like you shouldn't be able to fall into it, and then suddenly you're in a secret room. So this here's another example of how random this can be. So all 8 guys in the bottom part of the screen here are going to turn into mummy zombie things, and I need to kill all of them before the game will let me continue. And sometimes they run off, and sometimes the meteors from the Earth book just do what they want. Okay, alright, get him, get the last one. Alright, got him. Sick. Alright. In there. Die from the pilling fall on any? No. There is no crush damage in Alundra. I have played the sequel. I played it when it came out. I played it before I played Alundra 1. And it's not bad. It's not a bad game. It's just not Alundra. It's more like Brave Fencer Musashi. Alright, so here we got a sword. Before we were using a dagger as our weapon. Now we actually have a sword, and we got some, long boots, I think? Take a guess what long boots do. They let you walk on sand. Sure. So now we can walk on sand at normal speed, and we don't have to hop everywhere. I'll still hop everywhere, because why not? Now we're off to Coastal Cave, which actually has another kind of weird sequence break in it. Hey, Rathgar. Good to see you, too. Service. So, we're heading down to Coastal Cave. In the marathon setting, this is another great place for donations. Because I'll just be running down to the Coastal Cave. The way that they do progress gating here is down at the beach. The water is at high tide. Let's go with high tide. I'm not a beachologist, but I think high tide is what it is, where the water is further up the coast and blocks off access to the right side of the beach here. So here's a green healing potion. So these heal you for more than regular herbs do. There's green ones and there's blue ones. The blue ones heal you for the most. Alright. So here I can... Oh, that's right. US version. Okay. So in this part, I need to get this rock. This is why I normally kill the turtles. Okay, it is time to go for these turtles. In the Japanese version, I can usually just hit those with a flail twice, but US version, boys. So there's an example of any item that you're holding over your head will blow up if you get touched by an enemy. Also, if you throw an item onto like those big blocks, that'll also cause them to blow up, because you can't have nice things in Alundra. Let's see if I can get this. Okay, get this guy out of the way. Good. That went good. That part's tough to do quickly. I could have damage boosted through that, but I need to save my health in this dungeon. This is another one of those dangerous dungeons. Yep. We need this key. Like in a Zelda, keys are just generalized items. So a key that works in Dungeon A will also work in Dungeon B, and also Dungeon C, Dungeon D, and so on and so forth. So we're going to be doing something in this dungeon to let us keep using a key when normally we would have to have given it up. When I played this game casually, I did not know that that was a thing you could do to jump on top of those blocks. So I think that's a clever strat. There's multiple ways to do that room too. That's kind of the neat thing about Alundra, is that there's a bunch of weird different solutions you could do to almost every puzzle in this game. So I'm going to try and get a health drop. I'm going to need some health in a little bit to not die, but more often than not, when you need health in this game, it does not drop health for you. Because that's just how Alundra do. Alright. Of course, no health. Of course. No, you can't jump on monsters. They will damage you if you jump on them. This ain't Mario. There we go. Okay. That's good enough health. Let's see if I can get some here. No. Okay, so these guys can be jerks here. Here is a kind of gauntlet screen that you have to do. This can be tough to do if you get knocked off of these platforms here. Down to the bottom section. you essentially have to do this, reload the room for this. So ideally you get all 3 of these guys with that bomb, but we can't have everything. Also, if I get knocked down during this phase of the fight, I can still finish this without having to reset the room. Alright. Oh, and Landstalker, you can do that. You can't do that with enemies in this game, but we can do it with some things that do damage you in the game. So, kind of, is the answer. We use that for strats in some rooms later on. Alright. So now that we got our water boots, that lets us walk on water. Oddly enough. Who'd have thought? There we go, there's a big health drop. The way health drops work in this game is, the small health drops will always heal you for 2. The large health drops heal you for a random amount between 3 and 5, which... Great that they made healing RNG in this game. Alright. So now we're almost to the part where we start breaking the game. So ideally I get another health drop coming up here. Oh, we can get another one here. This part can be a little rough. Alright. So depending on what part of a door you go through, it determines like where you end up in the next room. Why did I not jump there? That was dumb. I don't know why I didn't jump. Okay. Jump this time. Alright, so here's this key. This key is going to be critical to the speedrun. So remember this one key. Alright, here I need to go through the bottom of this door, and then press down. And that lets you avoid this guy, because that's one of the dick moves that this game does, is... they program that guy to always attack you, to always be in front of that door every time, and always attack you every time you go through the door. So knowing that, we can actually pre-position ourselves to intentionally avoid that guy. Alright, so... here it is, folks. This is... the big old sequence break, or one of them. So this is the logjam skip. What this is a way to skip having to use a key, so we can keep a key for use in a later dungeon. Because like I said, in Alundra, keys are general purpose. So if I can keep a key and use it later, that will save me having to get a key in a later dungeon. So, there's very precise positioning I have to do for this skip. So I gotta get a pixel-perfect setup for that. I need to do a 2-frame jump. It could be 3-frame. Okay, let's make it a 3-frame jump. Okay, there we go. I need to break that from there. So that's so far so good. If I screw up the next part of the skip here, I need to reset the room and do this again. First things first, I'm going to get this herb that's in here, because US version. There is a 2-pixel setup for this. And then... screwed up. There is a 2-frame window jump that you have to do there. So hey, guess what? I get to do this, the setup again. Alright, let's go over how to do this setup again. So, pixel perfect setup on the first bit of this. And this is very tough to do if you don't have a good D-pad. God. You gotta be as far north as you can on that log. Or else you won't make the jump. Like, this jump is supposed to be impossible. But, Bates Spiriax found a way to do this consistently. Okay. I cannot believe I'm choking this jump. I cannot believe this. Alright. We'll get there. This is like the one really horrible skip that you have to do, because if you fail a single step in this after a certain point, you gotta reset the whole damn thing. So this is nerve-wracking to do. And there also isn't a consistent, like, hey, do some of these inputs to make this just work. Alright, let's try a bomb jump. Oh. So the problem with doing a bomb jump for that is that you can't set it up. So that's my bad for listening to chatted voice on that one. Alright, we'll get there. This skip saves 20 minutes, by the way. So this is worthwhile to do. And also, the last jump in this is actually one of the easier parts of this skip. All right. Come on. There we go. Okay. Fourth tries the charm. No problem. So we did it. So what that did was let us keep the, like, here's our menu. We still have one key left in, why did that not break the thing? We still have one key left in our inventory. This is... Alright, I need to not die here. Hold on. Talking and playing this game at the same time ain't easy, folks. Okay. So we gotta get this. This part of the game also has really precise positioning. And also, if you throw the barrel too close to that ball there, it will blow up and you have to reset the room and try it again. Okay. Let's see if I can get some drops. No? Okay. Every time I actually need health drops, the game doesn't give me any. So the positioning for this, that was not even close. The frame timing for that is really precise. I need to hit the spiked ball, or the ball thing here, to make it go exactly sideways. There we go. And then this one I have to hit right there to put that right in the middle. Okay, so I should be able to make these jumps now. That is ridiculously tight timing, and that's the only way to solve that puzzle, is to have just crazy precise timing for that. A bomb jump will not help you with that puzzle. You just have to do that perfect. Or else it won't let you make the jump. Alright, I'm gonna get rid of these guys, because these guys can be jerks. Of course I fell in. Oh boy. Alright, Coastal Cave, not quite going to plan. We'll get there, though. Okay. We get this other key, which we need. You might be thinking, hey, why don't you just use the key that you already have? Well, that wouldn't help us here. Alright, here I need this to get a Wonder Essence item. This is the first Wonder Essence in the game that we get. What a Wonder Essence is it's a combination revival item and also full heal/restore item. If we just use it in our inventory, it gives us all of our HP back and all of our MP back. If you have one in your inventory and you die, it will automatically restore you to full HP, full MP. And you can just continue from where you were going. Alright, so US version, I need to get my MP back here, which is the one on the right. I don't need to get my HP back because we're going to be getting it back automatically here in a second. So this at the top is a blue, or no, this is a life vessel. So this will give us an extra piece of health and also restore our HP completely. This should be a blue health jar. Yep. Alright. And then this room, if you do it the same every single time, it will always be the same every single time. So if you just walk to that switch and then hit this, and then make sure not to hold up via the rolling rock, the rest of this room should be consistent every time. So this, you jump here, and then down onto this. And then you can miss the jump there. I've done that precisely once before. And that's a tragedy whenever that happens. So here I need to equip the sword and the earth book. Or the Watcher and the Water Boss. So, this boss has got some random elements to him. I can only damage this boss when he gets up out of the water. That's the wet face boss. He can also shoot puddings at me like that. So there's one pudding. For those of you keeping track at home. There's 2 puddings already, and I haven't damaged him once. Great start. 3 puddings. Holy crap. Okay. Alright, good. Okay, there's 2 hits. So I also, if the boss gets close to the wall of the area here, I need to be slightly off-center. Ideally, the strat for puddings. Ideally, the strat is to use the earth book from as close to the boss as you can get to ensure that the magic actually hits it. But sometimes that doesn't quite work out. Alright, so what was that? 4 or 5 puddings? I can't remember, but we got a few puddings there. Still made up time though. Alright. So that was the Watcher and the Water Boss. And now we get a little cutscene with the Rave Ghost who lives in this cave. Alright, so this boss would have had a sigil for us, or crest, I think is what they're actually called, but it was already taken by the Merg, or by somebody else. So instead, we're just going to get the Sweetwater Scroll, which we're probably never going to see me use, probably. The Water Scroll in the run now is only used as like a backup healing source, which in Marathon strats, probably I'm going to use it, but that's all that's really used for now. We would have used it on a boss coming up, but now that we have the Earth Scroll, no real need to use the Water Scroll anymore. Now we're heading out back to town. I don't have to worry about my MP or HP at this point, because during certain parts in the game's story, it automatically refills your all your stuff. And this is one of those spots where it does so. Alright, into town. Now we're going over to Septimus's house for some plot. We're just gonna have some plot stuff going on here, so here's another good time for donations if you got them. It's really hot in here, holy crap. It's gonna be a long run, boys, if I'm already sweating. Alright, I think I accidentally talked to Septimus twice there. Rip. Yeah, I talked to her twice. Too busy sweating over here. Alright, so we found out that there is a new tiny face and small head in town. Or tiny face and large head in town. And it belongs to Mia. We're now going to meet. Mia is going to be a major player in the story. There she is. Tiny face, large head. We've just got some more plot here. And it'll fade out. I'll get all my HP and MP back. And then we can continue on with the riveting story of Alundra. Yeah, the US version and the PAL versions are more difficult than Japanese versions because when the game was localized, they rebalanced the amount of health that enemies and bosses have. So in this version of the game, the bosses and enemies have 1.5 times the amount of health as they do in Japanese, and it rounds up. So if an enemy died in one hit in Japanese, they die in 1.5 hits in this version. So that effectively 2 hits in this version. So it takes longer to kill enemies. They have more chances to hit you. And then you have to spend more time in boss fights, and you get to some pretty bad patterns in boss fights as they tend to drag on. So it changes the strats I have to do, and it also makes things much more difficult. The amount of damage that I can take is the same as in Japanese, which you take a ton of damage from everything. Because in the Alundra run, we almost never get armor upgrades. So we're using the beginning of the game armor for almost the entire run. The maximum HP you can get is 50. There's 40 optional health pickups. Well, no, there's 38 optional health pickups. And then 2 required ones. So here we're trying to chase down Klein, who is currently trying to kill us. And you might have noticed there that Septimus said, "Hey, you go check the right side, I'll check the left." But as it turns out, going left is where you actually need to go. So we just gotta go to 3 of the open doors in the village here. And that will trigger the end of this sequence. But the maximum health you can get is 50 total pieces of health. There's 40 health upgrades. The maximum MP that you can get is 4. In the US version, I'll be getting all 4 magic upgrades. There's also a lot of collectibles in the game. There's optional stuff like the Gilded Falcons, just kind of scattered everywhere. Typically, every single dungeon has at least 1 health piece and at least 1 Gilded Falcon. And usually it's only going to have 1 of each. And then there's a lot of health pieces and Gilded Falcons scattered around the overworld. Alright. So Klein's Nightmare. I need to go and get a MP potion here. Alright, we're gonna need that for later. So now the game can soft lock here. In a marathon setting, I will have safety saves made to reload from this point if the game soft locks here. Good, did not soft lock. So what can happen there is when you talk to the guy in front of the door, when you get control back of Alundra, the game doesn't give you control back. So it's supposed to give you control back after it moves the guy away from the door. But what can happen is the guy will move away from the door and then your controls just don't work. And you just kind of stand there doing nothing and crying because the run is dead. But if that happens in a marathon setting, the solution to that I have safety saves just prior to all of the potential soft locks parts. So I would have to spend time rebooting the console and putting in the memory card that has the soft lock prevention saves. And at most, it would lose about 1.5 minutes to 2 minutes. So, in that eventuality, I am prepared. I have attempted a 100%-ish run before. Which I called 98.7%, or no, 97.8%. And I got to the end of the run. Well, let me think about this in a second, after all this platforming. I can give you a time. I just need to remember what it was. Alright. 0 hits, boys. I believe I did it on the Japanese version, and I got every single collectible except for the roulette one, for obvious reasons. And I believe it took 8 hours, I think. So if you remove the amount of time it took me to do the attempt the roulette stuff, I think 7.5 is about what it would be. So there's the intended solution to that is to roll the boulder into the rocks that were blocking the path up, but as it turns out, you can just jump on that rolling boulder. Wow. Alright. Luckily, I can get my health back right after this by talking to a statue, but that was interesting. Okay, so this opens up the doors. The gimmick for this dungeon is that there's three puzzle towers that you have to complete, which have keys in them, and we need those to open some doors that are blocking the boss room in this part. So I already have a key in my inventory already. Here, I'll show it to you in a second. Right there, it already says 1 key. Because we kept that key from Coastal Cave. But, oh my god, really? This is so sloppy. But we're not going to cash in that key just yet. That key is going to come in way more handy later. Thank you for the host, boys. Alright, so this dungeon's also got a bunch of pillar-pushing puzzles. Casually, they're pretty difficult, but if you know exactly where to push these, it's not that big of an issue. Okay. Thank you, boys. Alright. So here's the easiest pillar-pushing puzzle in the game, but I manage to screw this up every once in a while. Alright. This up here. And then the room above this is a room that gave lots of people trouble, casually, including me. This one has one of the dumbest solutions in the entire game. Alright, are you ready for this? So, this is not at all intended, but you can actually just do that. And solve that puzzle. There is a very weird reason for why I think that works. I'll show you why I think that works at like the very end of the game, because that's when it becomes a thing. But that works. You can just do that. Usually that puzzle is about twice as long. So we got our first key in the right tower. Now we gotta do the middle tower. This is the first room in the game where we can show ledge walking. That ledge walking is a thing. So, in Alundra, there's generally a 2 or so pixel margin where you can walk along ledges without things knocking you off them. Like, here, we can just do this and walk right past those spike balls. Which is pretty amazing. That's a thing. So we're going to be doing quite a bit of that in later puzzles to just straight up skip stuff. But for now, we'll just be making limited use of that glitch. All right, for this, you just got to go across these in a particular pattern. And then you can speed up this puzzle by jumping ahead of where you're supposed to be. Alright. And this one, to get this like that. This one can be annoying to do. This one down, this one's to the right. Then we can jump from here up to here. Up into here. This one we just gotta hit some switches in a reasonable amount of time. These switches are always in the same spot every time. The kind of cycle that you get here depends on how quickly you do things. In this room, there's a sequence break. Normally you're supposed to go counterclockwise around this room, but if you jump from here down to here, you can just go directly to the chest, which is great. That's just some extra little bit of safety health, because I could get hit a few times in the next room. So here's where we cash in our keys that we got throughout the dungeon. So I have 4 keys right now, and now I'm going to have 1, because I used to use 3 right there. Over here, I need to just avoid these. I'm going to ledge walk there to avoid those. Do another ledge walk here, ideally. You can kind of line up that ledge walk with the ledge below those things. And then up here, I'm going to talk to the statue here to 1, open the gate, and 2, give me my HP back. What happened in Coastal Cave? I screwed up the hard sequence break a whole bunch. The multiple pixel perfect and frame perfect jumps you have to do. So that didn't go to plan. Here for this boss, this is the first boss in the game that has a weird health value for him. So this boss, rather than a preset HP value for this boss has a preset of hits needs to be done to him to defeat this boss. So it doesn't matter what you hit this boss with, you just have to hit this boss, I believe it's 20 times, in order to get out of this fight. For story reasons, you aren't intended to defeat this boss normally, because this fight just kind of ends itself, which you see right now. So you can lose time on that fight by being sucked into the boss. Also, every single time you clear out all the purple jellies off of the screen, the boss takes an extra 3 seconds to spawn more. So ideally you don't want to kill the purple jelly things that are on the screen, because all that does is waste 3 seconds. every time you get rid of him. This boss also has a preset number of hits to kill him, and there is a stun lock you can do for this boss. Oh. Okay, so we're gonna do the backup for this boss. I screwed up the timing at the beginning, but we're in there now. Oh boy. So if you screw up the first hit on that boss, it screws up the whole damage loop you can do on him. So if you stand on the correct, like, there's like a little 4x4 pixel area in the center of that part, and you hit the boss immediately. And then if you stand at that exact distance from the boss and time your hits exactly, it's a half second after his roar stops. You can keep him in place there and just keep hitting him. And I believe it's 10 hits that you have to do on the boss to defeat him. So yeah, I know the Alundra's got the good old small face going on. That's how you know you're dealing with the Dreamwalker, because they got the little face, big head. All right. That was the Klein's Nightmare portion of the game. And up next we got Reptile Lair. So if you played Alundra casually, you might remember Reptile Lair as probably one of the hardest and worst dungeons in the game. Luckily, the speedrun has ways to deal with this. But it's still no joke. No big whoop. Alright, so you need these arrows. We're only going to use the arrows like twice in the entire speedrun. There is a glitch I could be doing with the arrows, but we use that with a different item instead. Okay. So I had to make sure that I have a healing, or an MP potion there, because I'm going to need that for stuff coming up. Otherwise, the next fight is really dangerous. We're going to go down here, down to Reptile Lair. Because this is the US version, there is an extra health pickup that I'm going to get. Because, recall much earlier in this run when I told you that my current world record for this beat the last boss with 1 health remaining. If I didn't get 1 extra life upgrade, I would have lost the run on the final boss. So, I am pretty much always going to get this 1 extra kind of out of the way health upgrade. Now we got that. I'm going to equip those, and we're going to go over to the Reptile Lair. There is a bit of a sequence break you can do at the start of this dungeon to get onto a platform earlier than you're supposed to. So you need to not move here, and then here you need to swim dash down here, and then make it on that platform, but I jumped too late. So we just gotta wait for it to go around again. So we're gonna get onto this, and onto this. Alright, we gotta hit a switch while it's off screen. Right there. Because of course, that's the only way you can hit that switch, by the way. It's great. Here I need to clear off all these guys out of the room. Okay. Alright, sick. Actually got all of them in 1 hit. And we gotta go through here. Hit another switch that's off screen. From right here. Right here. There we go. Okay, we got there. Welcome to Alundra. Up here. So the thing that's kind of horrible about this dungeon is that these enemies... By the way, I hit this switch through a wall here to save having to go through that guy. The thing that's horrible about this dungeon is that the enemies, the kind of reptile things I have to fight here, have a ton of health, and they really like blocking you, and they also jump around a lot, so it's kind of a nightmare to fight these guys. Here I need to take out these 3 statues to open up the next room. If I get close to these statues, they start spawning enemies. So to get around that, you just hit them with your bow and arrow to kill them before they even spawn. There's another health upgrade. Gotta switch to this. Gotta do this quickly. Alright. And backtrack the way we came. So that was our one key that we needed. That'll open up a door later on in the dungeon. So this dungeon has... I want to say it's got 2 halves to it, but that's not quite accurate. It's more like it's got a 1/3 of it and then another 2/3, rather than just 2 halves. I don't know if that math checks out. I don't know if that's even something that works as a statement, but I'll go with that. And you'll see what I mean when we get to it. So we're almost done with the first third. If you get too close to those 2 statues there, they turn into enemies you gotta fight. Alright, here we got some pillars to break. Okay. Here, if you do kind of like a corner thing, like press into the corner of that statue, you can hit those statues from a safe distance. Alright, in there. So down here I need to get my MP back because US version. The next boss is really difficult, and it also, in the US version, relies on RNG. For the Earth spell to hit. If I don't get good hits from the Earth spell, or the Earth book, the boss will potentially just completely ruin me. So, this is why I, needed to get that MP restoration item a while ago, and I needed to refill my MP at the save point there. If I did not do that, then... oh man, this could go real bad. Oh, alright. So, remember that one key I got with that skip earlier? That's where you use the key. So we just skipped about 40% of the rest of this dungeon by cashing in that one key from earlier. So here's the boss, Reptilicus Maximus. This guy's a jerk. He could kill you very quickly. So, I need this boss to ideally get hit 3 times, and we got him 3 times. Okay. Okay. So the boss is currently healing himself. There we go, got him. Okay, good. That worked out. So, what can happen there is sometimes the Earth magic or the Earth book meteors will just land everywhere but where the boss is, and it'll miss the boss. And this boss hits like a truck. Each hit that the boss hits you with takes out about 1/3 of your health at this point in the game. It spawns up to 6 little reptile guys that follow you around. They can puke on the ground to essentially double the amount of enemies on screen. And then, to top it all off... well, no, also the boss can jump into the air, slam down on the ground to stun you in place, and then that's like a free hit on you. And then, to top it all off, the boss can heal itself. Like, as the final touch for this amazing boss, the boss can heal almost all of its health back, which you might have seen it try to do there. It turns back into a statue, and then it starts getting all of its health back, which is fantastic. Oh, that boss. So that boss is horrible casually, and that boss used to be horrible in the speedrun. We actually found out that that boss is vulnerable to the water spell, so if you're playing the game casually, and you want to have an easier time with that boss, use the water scroll on it. You still have to hit it a lot of times, but the water spell should make short-ish work of it. Okay. FDS means fast disk speed. It's an option you can turn on a PlayStation 2 to cause the PlayStation 2 to read the disc at, I think it's like 20x CD-ROM speeds rather than 1x speed. And that makes load times much shorter than they would be on a regular PlayStation. Alright, so now we're off to Giles' Nightmare. This dungeon is pretty annoying for its own special reason, which we will see when we get there. So I don't think I mentioned it earlier, but Giles is like the town lackey for the totally not evil priest in town. So we're not on good terms, Giles, but we're gonna save him anyways. Alright, Giles' Nightmare. So, get ready for one of the more unpleasant dungeons in this whole game. This game's got some real bangers, but this one... oof. Alright, so... this dungeon. So in this dungeon, I need to intentionally get my health down to 5 or less. So ideally, I'm not going to pick up any healing drops here. And I want to keep my health above a certain point. I need to not die, but I also need to manage my health pretty carefully here. So these are kind of teleporting enemies, and they're big old jerks. I didn't know that guy drops stuff if you keep hitting him. Interesting. Okay, so that was real touch and go there. I'm at 3 health. 1 hit from anything will kill me right now. But that's how you have to do this dungeon. So I need to hit this. I need to wait for a second, right there, to make sure that the door opens to this bit here. I'm going to be extra careful not to fall here, because if I fall down, I will die. A note about dying in Alundra: if you die and you haven't saved, the run is over. So, this is one of those spots where, hey, guess what? We're going to save. So, I am going to save the game with a bomb equipped and at 3 health. Because I started the game without a bomb equipped, or without a save game, it's creating one right now. And then we're going to save into the first slot here. Right there. Okay. So now it's saving the game. So, what I'm going to do now is... this. So... oh no, I'm dead. What will I do? Oh no. So, I need to die and hit the quick restart thing on the menu that pops up 20 times. So, the reason why I do this is because there is an item in the game called the Legendary Sword. This is by far and away the most powerful weapon in the game that you can get. And there's only one way to unlock this weapon. And that is by being so bad at the game that a dead king takes pity on you and lets you have his sweet sword. There's a lot of misinformation floating around on the internet regarding this thing. I've done extensive testing on this and looked at memory values and all that. It is a 20 or more quick restarts that unlocks the Legendary Sword. There's guides out there that say 14, there's guides that say 17. It's actually 20 to do this. This takes about 6 minutes to do. We're at 5 quick restarts already. We got 15 more to go. So if you have anything else to do for about 4 minutes, like you need to get up and go make a sandwich or a pizza, go ahead and do that, because this is all that's going to be for the next little bit. So you won't be missing much. So in a marathon setting, this would also be a great time for donations. Hey, PK. I've also lost count here before. If I lose count and die too many times, that's not a big deal, because it loses time, but that's still not a great time. If I lose count and don't do enough deaths, then that is a problem, because I need to die again later. Hey, Shizu. First time on a phone. Got a new smartphone, huh? Nice. Happy belated birthday, by the way. Hope you have fun at the zoo. I saw that picture of you with the seal. You just ate a whole rotisserie chicken? Now that's living, PK. Were you getting the Castlevania experience then? You've been eating wall chicken all these years, and now you just need to experience it for yourself. Rotisserie chicken's pretty good, so I don't blame you for doing so. So as far as grinding goes in Alundra, this is probably the only thing that I would consider grinding. But it is 6 minutes of grinding, which is more minutes of grinding than some other RPGs I run. But hey, it is way faster than not getting the sword. The 6 minutes of this and the about 1 other minute to go get the sword is still very much offset by how much faster you can kill stuff and bosses. I think in Soten, I think I only know the location of one wall chicken, and it's in the beginning of the Alucard part, in the underground bit where you slash the big rock instead of going down and around where the mermen are. I think that's a chicken that's in there. So then again, I've never beaten Soten, so I wouldn't know where any other ones are. Who's the one screaming? Well, whoever did the stock voice CD, the stock sound effects CD that the developers used. A gala fly up to you? Not like an Australian bird. Say, I've never heard of a gala. But yeah, if you're wondering what that scream is, that's actually part of the background music in the game. It just happens to line up with killing yourself immediately when you can. Oh. It just happens to line up that way. Alright, so we got 2 more. This one is quick restart number 18. This one will be number 20. Or number 19. See, counting is hard. Counting is hard, you guys. That's why I use my fingers and I'm counting. Otherwise, I lose count. Alright, this is the last one. Alright, here's 20. Alright, so welcome back to the Alundra run. Regular programming has resumed. So we're gonna get our health back and our magic back. And then do that. Gala, pink feathers. So it's like a flamingo except Australian then. Gotcha. Alright. Here we got some shadow guys to fight again, so I'm gonna hang out in the corner. If I hang out in the corner against these guys, they spawn in consistent locations, rather than me having to chase them down. But if I hung out in the middle of the screen there, they could spawn in any direction around me. But if I hang out in the corner of the screen, they can only be like to the left or to the left of me or below me. So that's why I stand in that portion of the room. So here's kind of a puzzle portion of the dungeon. There's some tricky jumps to do here. This is also really easy to screw up. If I miss a jump, then I have to redo this entire part, so I'm going to try not to miss this jump. Alright, for this is like a trolley bit. If you don't hold left here, then you just fall in the hole. Okay, that was the one jump that could really screw you over. I don't have to get the sword there, but that is one of the last like convenient places to do the deaths. The criteria for doing the deaths quickly is you have to have the bomb, and you need to be near a save point, and also you need to not have a Wonder Essence at the time. Because if you have a Wonder Essence in your inventory, then it'll be used up while you're dying. So, you will almost always never have a Wonder Essence at this point in the game, because we're going to get one in this dungeon. So it just happens to line up that all those things line up in this dungeon for you to do the deaths here. Alright, these guys are jerks. So those things can teleport away the second you try and slash at them. So what you have to do for those guys is wait for about a half a second when they teleport in, and then hit them. Because then they'll have committed to their attack animation, and then you can actually hit them. So those guys have a little trick. That Wonder Essence there is technically optional, but for speed strats, we always pick it up. Yeah, this puzzle's actually really easy. That puzzle took me longer than I care to admit, casually. And now we got another room here with a pretty tricky timing puzzle to do. Alright, so this I gotta line up ahead of time. Probably gonna make this. Okay, we got it. There's a damage boost I need to do here. I need to not get hit twice there. If you get hit twice there, you're gonna lose most of your health. Like before, thrown items will one-shot enemies. So if at all possible, you want to try and hit enemies with thrown items to one-shot them. Okay, so we're almost done with the dungeon. Quite get that on there. So these guys can be jerks. I gotta kill 4 of these, they look like mudmen, but they're actually, like, filled with bugs. This did not go to plan. Get out of here. There we go. Okay. So here for marathon safety, those plants, about 50% of the time, will drop healing herbs if you throw them on the ground. And if you leave the room and return to it, they regrow. So because I had to use some healing earlier in the run, I have less herbs than I normally would, so I'll give this 3 tries for getting extra herbs. And we got 3 for 3. That rarely happens. So sick. We got 3 extra ones there. And then here, some more shadow guys spawn that I need to take out. The strat that I do for this is that I stay on this thing because they can only spawn on the same plane that I'm on. And if I am on this narrow walkway, they can only spawn on that narrow walkway. So that lines up nicely. For this room, the quick strat to do this room is to use the Earth Scroll on them. Because we have a magic route already routed out for the boss for this dungeon that we can afford to use an Earth Book to try and take out these guys quickly. So with this, we gotta wait a second, and then use that. Hopefully get all of them. Alright, so I need Senpai to notice me. Alright. We have 1 left to get here. Notice me, Senpai. Okay, so once you hear them make the little squishy noise, that's when you know they committed to their attack, and you can you're free to take them out yourself. Alright. So this is round 2 with Soul Leech here. For this fight, if Giles gets sucked into Soul Leech, it will just straight up kill you. So, at the very start of the fight, it is critical that I get around Giles here, push him down, and then cast it over. And then I also need to move down ASAP, use the Wonder Essence, and then cast that. Because the boss can suck you in and kill you if you don't have a little bit of distance between the boss. Even if you're buffering your inputs to hold down away from the boss, in the little lag time between you gaining control back and being able to do an action again, the boss can suck you in. And if that happens, you lose half of your health. So, it's horrible. Okay. Also, it's random if the boss... a reason why I lost 4 seconds there is because it's random whether or not the boss will spawn those little purple slime things. And that loses like 3 seconds. So I lost an additional 1 second, I guess, there as well. Alright, so now we're heading up to Magiskar. I don't need to get an MP potion at the store because we're going to get one anyways in the dungeon. Head up this way again. And I need this. I also need the bomb equipped, but I'll equip that later. Alright, so Magiskar. Another pretty annoying dungeon. Let's just skip this now. Pretty annoying dungeon. The gimmick for this dungeon is that there's a lot of burnable bush stuff around the dungeon. They look like these vines with thorns on them. And you have to burn them. And to do that, there's these little torch things that are scattered around through the dungeon, and you have to use that to solve most of the puzzles in this dungeon. And like most things, you have to pick up and throw. If you take damage while holding one of those things, you drop it and it breaks, and you have to retry the room, which is a large source of time loss in in this dungeon. So these things are the torches I have to use, and stuff like these are the burnable things. So for this, I have to wait for this to come down again. And then here's the large variation of burnable bushes. This guy you have to hit once and then get on these. These movable platforms are in, I believe, just this dungeon. But they're kind of a weird thing. That trap is always there, and it sucks because it gets you like every time. This, you have to use this to kill that guy. This you can grab without even moving the barrels. And then see if we can get some health here. Sick. 2 big healths. We're in there. Alright, these we stack up on the corner just so that I can get to them. Here you start charging your sword while you're going up the ladder. Ideally, you hit that guy twice. If you're standing next to something while doing a charge-up attack, you'll hit them twice. The hitbox for your sword also extends very slightly behind you as you're using it. You could technically ledge walk around these spikes to get to the chest here, but that's like a task-only thing. It only saves like a second. There's a lot of weird task-only strats in this game. That's how you know it's a good speed game. And this guy, we just go around. A Nest shirt like this? Probably. There are billions and billions and billions. There are more Nintendo t-shirt designs than there are people on Earth, I think. So I don't think it'll be an issue finding something like that. Finding a PlayStation-style shirt, however, good luck. Alright, so these things, I need to get rid of these monster spawners in order to trigger the next part of the puzzle. Alright. Of course it got me. Alright. Here we need to use a bomb to hit that. That room is one of the rooms that has a, I think it's a Gilded Falcon is what's in that room. So in 100%, I would be spending more time in that room to get a collectible. But in 8%, we just go right through there. Yep, Sony does what Nintendo. Alright, here that chest in the middle has an herb, which, again, Marathon Strats is going to get it. Here I need to hit the switch ASAP because these things start spawning enemies immediately. I also need to hang out there for a second for that strat. You can actually get all those guys immediately. Missed all of them. Nice. Alright. Got one. Still counts. Alright. This is why you get extra herbs in Marathon percent. To avoid tragedy. Alright. This is probably one of my least favorite rooms in the game. Oh god. Okay. Alright, back in your shell. So for this room, what you have to do is get these turtles to burn this, and then we have to defeat the turtles. So this room is horrible. Alright, turtle. 2. So if they're in their shell, they're invulnerable, so doing that room quickly is very difficult to do. And turtles are jerks in this game. Over here we got some more moving platform business. Down here. If you do that the same way every time, the spikes aren't an issue. And up here, this way. Whoop. Alright. I didn't believe hard enough that that ledge walk would work. Here I need to hesitate for just a little bit to make sure that the mudman doesn't come at me. Alright, then here is a very tight jump. That is much easier to do if you do an item jump like that with the bomb. Okay, sick, full health. Because the perspective on that jump is real horrible. It's faster to do that part by just regularly walking. Otherwise, that dude will spawn in front of you there. Another dumb mechanic in this this dungeon is that if a drop of water falls on a torch, it'll put out the torch. And then you need to reset the room. It's less of an issue in rooms like this, but it will be way more of an issue in later rooms, which we will see. So over here I need to pull out a bomb immediately, throw it onto this one, and then jump in here. Alright, so now it begins. This is the large four-way puzzle room, so those four switches there need to be hit to go into the proper position. Until you solve 3 out of the 4 rooms here, those switches are unable to be hit. So, what we have to do in 3 out of the 4 rooms is light all 4 torches that are in the room, and then that will turn on the lights in the room, and then I can read what's on the tablet. You don't advance the puzzle in this area unless you read the tablets. Okay, so now the lights are on, and we can read this. So the eyes of the pious ones gaze upwards, and this was the room in the lower left. So that's kind of the hint on how to do this puzzle. The one in the lower left needs to go upwards. So we'll see how that's solved. In this room, there's a pretty interesting skip here. If I can do it. Alright, so we need to burn that, and then, if I can do this correctly, there is 1 pixel here where you can ledge walk around this this bush here. But it's been a while since I've done this. There we go. Okay. There we go. We got there. And then make sure to read this before you leave, otherwise you have to do this room again. Alright. Up through here. We're gonna do the 3rd out of 4th. We don't do the one in the bottom right, which is nice because the one in the bottom right is actually the worst one. So for this one, it is a standing jump, a regular jump, or regular throw, jump throw, and then this one, we are supposed to hit the one in the bottom center there, but I was still moving when I hit the throw button. So guess what? We get to do this room again. Luckily, this one's super short, but that happens on occasion. You cannot be moving when you throw that. Okay, there we go. But you have to do that quickly because the dudes will try and punch you, or the mudmen will try and punch you during that whole part. And if they punch you, you drop the torch anyways, and you have to do it again anyways. So either way, it's either going to work, you're going to miss, or they're going to make you drop it. So up here, the chest to the left has an MP potion. And this chest has a Wonder Essence. And then this chest has... I believe this is a green one? Or blue one, okay. I've actually never gotten this one before. I saw Spear X get this once, and this is actually really handy to get all your health back here. Look at that. Minus that 1 health for hitting that. I didn't want to make this too easy, right? So we hit this to go inwards, this one 3 times, and then this one twice to go up. And then it just so happens the one in the bottom right needs to be in the down position, so that all works out. Here we ride this up. In the next room, there is... I don't even really know what the intended solution is for the next room here, but here is how I do it. I don't think I ever figured out how to do this as intended when I was playing the game casually. So, here's what I do. I just damage boost and then use the damage boost collision to just get past those. But sure, that still works, right? So ideally I get a little bit of health here because the next boss will completely ruin you if you give him the opportunity. And I also have to damage boost. So ideally I want to be at full health coming out of the next little bit here. But Alundra do what Alundra do. Here I do another ledge walk skip to get to this this chest early. Here I'm going to damage boost by damaging myself there, and then I can just jump on top of that that torch there. There is actually a specific position where you can jump on the torch on the right without having to damage yourself. Alright, and now we are into one of the worst bosses in the game. So this is a corpse worm. In order to damage the corpse worm, you have to remove the armor on its back and then hit it on the head while the armor is brown. And then here it can get its HP, or all of its armor back. So I'm getting bad RNG here from our good buddy Corpse Worm. So I need to hit it, I believe, twice more with meteors. It keeps getting its armor back, which is not good. Okay, there we go. In there. So sometimes the boss will never get its armor back. Sometimes it gets its armor back after every time you hit it, like it did that time. That's that wasn't great, but that was still a gold split, because, of course... Hey, Ghost King. Welcome. Hey, Cyrus. The land of no internet. Are you in chat-only mode now? That's unfortunate. Alright, so... at this point, this is kind of like what I consider the halfway point in the run. Time-wise, it isn't, but it might as well be. The next 2 dungeons have 0 combat in them, so they're more like puzzle dungeons. So for the next, what is it, like 20-ish minutes or so, is just plot stuff and puzzle dungeons. So it's a good little break in the action. It doesn't mean I can completely relax because I still have to like not be bad. But execution-wise, I don't have to worry about dying, which is nice. Well, I guess I could theoretically die in a dungeon coming up, but much less chance of that happening. So we talked to the spooky ghost at the end of that dungeon. That, I believe, was the only female wise person in the game, but their sprite still has a beard, so welcome to the land of Alundra. So now we get a cutscene here with Sybil that we're forced to see. Unlike the last one, this one actually has text in it, so I can't like get up and leave during this like I could during the last one. So hey, there's this. And this vision actually spoils the plot for the kind of the end of the game, which is great. Alundra spoils itself at multiple points during the run. Still a really good story in this game, though. Alright, good night, boys. So this is the Holy Sword. So one of the things that's been happening throughout the game is that after a villager in town dies, our surrogate father, Jess, gains inspiration from the death of that person to make a new item. So because of the death of what's-her-face, he was inspired to make the ball and chain thing, or the flail. After the death of the hunter, he was inspired to make bow and arrow. And then in this cutscene here, after the death of Dude, he was inspired to make the Holy Sword. So she was just telling us that, oh man, bad stuff's about to happen, Alundra. Watch out. Now we're gonna go over here, talk to Mia, who's on the left side of the table. She has her suspicions that sketchy, maybe evil priest is maybe actually evil, and we should go check it out. So that's what we're gonna go do. Where this will start the puzzle dungeon, which is the sanctuary. And then here I need to have this equipped and this equipped. So it might seem weird that I mentioned that, hey, there's no combat for like 20 minutes. Why are you equipping combat items? Well, during this, we need to break into the sanctuary. Giles says, hey, we need to go through the graveyard around the back of the sanctuary to break a window to get into the sanctuary here. But as it turns out, the air spell or lightning spell, whatever this is, it will automatically seek out targets. And as it turns out, the window in the back of the sanctuary is a target that it can break. And the trigger to enter the sanctuary is breaking that window. So we can actually break the window from in front of the sanctuary and skip having to go through the graveyard to get to that window. Alright, so this is the sanctuary. Sanctuary has a large room in the center. It has a room on each side, and then a second floor, which also has a room on each side. So I have to do these rooms in a specific order, and in between some of the rooms I need to talk to Septimus, and he will trigger the next portion of the dungeon to start. So there's a very specific sequence of stuff I gotta do here. So after opening that door, I have to go down here, talk to Septimus on the left side. He will set off a trap. I gotta be ready to hit the X button here. Alright. So that opens up the southwest door on the first floor over here. Gotta hit both of these switches. That causes that to fall down. And then Septimus says, hey, come over here and talk to me. I found something cool. But what we're actually going to do is ignore Septimus and go up to the second floor, where a bed moved out of the way, where there's a hole in the floor. We can drop in right on the switch over here. And this opens the first floor northwest door, where there's another puzzle. This is a very spooky puzzle. Alright, so that's just a book, right? We need that book for the library. But as it turns out, this is a spooky ghost book that won't let us pick it up. So we're gonna need help. So we gotta go back to Septimus and get him to help us with our spooky ghost problem. So here's an example that I was talking about before, where when they localized this game, they added in an extra line of dialogue for each text box. And you can see some of these text boxes are like, some of them are like one word and then two empty spaces. And each of those empty spaces is something that I have to skip through. So it's really, really weird trying to time when to skip text in this game. You can only really tell if a line is done, because in the lower right of each text box there's a little arrow. And that'll show you. But you can't always go off of that, because some of them don't have arrows. So, it's weird. Believe it or not, it's actually easier to skip text in this game on the Japanese version, despite not knowing the language. Alright, so now that we got our spooky ghost book, we're gonna go over to the library, which is also filled with spooky ghost books, and use that to open the door. Okay, go talk to Septimus again. If you talk to Septimus when you're not supposed to in this part, large spike balls will start falling from the ceiling. They won't actually hit you, but that's how you know you're talking to him when you don't need to. So that opens up the northwest or northeast, yeah. Compasses are hard. We've already established math is hard, but compasses are also hard. So we're gonna hit the switch here. This is an optional health thing, but again, might as well not be optional. You need all the health you can get in the US run. Down around this way, so that switch opened up the south door here. This puzzle is random. Hopefully I get a good pattern here. I need to move all these desks back in place. This is an okay pattern. I believe that there's 3 different patterns you can get here. And there's one really good pattern and one really bad pattern. This is kind of like in between. Ooh, if you move a desk in the wrong direction, you have to reset the room. I almost did it correctly and fast, but I was a little careless with that last desk. And it looks like it gives you the same pattern every time, so it appears the pattern is set when you enter the dungeon. But yeah, if you make one mistake in this, you have to completely reset the room, which is great. Great that that's a thing. Alright, so we got our second spooky ghost book. So we're gonna go cash that in the library. Where? It'll open up this switch, which opens up the northeast door. So in the northeast room, there is a puzzle where if you step on the carpet or rug, or whatever it is, that's called a rug, in the middle of the room, it causes the switch that we need to hit and the chest that we need to hit or get after we hit the switch to disappear. So just got to be careful not to step on that carpet. Kind of a weird shaped rug. Who makes rugs like that? And that gives us the curious key. And we go back down to Septimus, turn in our curious key, and the dungeon is over. So that was the first of the 2 puzzle dungeons. Alright, I have one more input to do here. You actually have to go down into this thing. You think it would autopilot you at this point, but you still have to manually go in there. Alright, so we got some dialogue down here. So here is definitely not sketchy priest Ronan. And the thing behind him is a statue of the final boss of the game. Weird. Weird that they would have a statue to worship the final boss of the game. Don't they know that that guy is the final boss of Alundra? Why would they be worshipping the final boss of Alundra? Well, as it turns out, the entire village has been knowingly worshipping the final boss of Alundra. What a bunch of idiots. So that's pretty much the cause of their problems, is they've been worshipping this guy who's been trying to screw him over for however long this has been going on. Alright. And we got the second puzzle dungeon coming up here. Yeah. Made up time, boys. In there. Alright. So I mentioned earlier, or maybe I didn't, I don't know. So I died 20 times in Giles' Nightmare to unlock a really sweet sword. The one thing that was keeping me from getting that sweet sword early was a giant movable rock. Now that I have the power glove, it's so bad. I can now move that rock to get to the sweet sword. However, there's no reason to get it right now because there's no combat in the next dungeon. So we're going to hold off slightly on getting the sweet new sword because we have some other plot business to do first and a puzzle dungeon to do. But just know that if I wanted to, I could go get that sweet sword. But no point in doing it. So, the town crazy person Sybil has been killed. Oh no. Whatever will we do? Put to death as she peacefully slept. Okay? Alright. Remember that. Sybil was put to death while she peacefully slept. Let's try and fit the puzzle pieces together here as we learn about what happened to Sybil. Alright. Sybil died while she was peacefully sleeping. So, she has a house. She has a bed. But for some reason, Sybil decided to sleep outside next to the fountain. And now her head is facing the entirely wrong direction. Welcome to Alundra. Alright, so now I gotta talk to these three guys to trigger the next scene. This guy is also an interesting character. We'll learn more about him later. That guy tells you the same exact line 3 times when you talk to him. He tells you that we should pray for her because of her devotion every single time you talk to him. And you have to talk to him every single time. It's a little redundant. I wonder if he does that in Japanese too, but he definitely does in the US script. Alright, so here we're going to pour one out while pressing F for Sybil. So if you're keeping track of villager deaths in Alundra at this point, this is death number 6, I think, if you count the miners. There were 4 miners at the start of the game. There's Klein, there's Sybil here. Trying to think if there are any others. I think that was it. So that's the current body count in Alundra. So now we go over here. Septimus said we should probably find out what Mia's all about. She looks a little weird. Let's enter her dreams and see what she's actually about. Alright, so this part's a little dumb. This will autopilot me to the door of this house here. After Septimus distracts the guard in front of the house. But for some reason, it doesn't put you in the house automatically. You still have to press up to go in, which, why did they bother? Why bother autopiloting you to the front and then not just putting you into the house? Alright, so here we talk to Ms. Mia, and we enter her dream. Hi, Zappa. How are you liking Legion so far? So this is Mia's dream. The structure of this dungeon is, part 1, we need to track down Mia in a game of hide and seek. She's just at a preset location around this this map here, and then she'll open a door on the north end of the dungeon, where there'll be a puzzle room I have to do, and then rinse and repeat. I got to do that for six different puzzle rooms. So here's another life upgrade. There's a Gilded Falcon collectible in the bottom right of this map, but again, never need to get those in an 80% run. Alright, so she just opened the room in the far upper left of the map. And then after I solve a puzzle room, we get a little cutscene detailing the backstory of Mia. Also, at the end of every puzzle room, I have to break the statue that's on these little teleporter things, and then when I step on it, it teleports me to the cutscene where they show her backstory of her and her mother. So read some of this text that's in these little cutscenes, and you'll see just how dark this game can get. Because Alundra has one of the darker stories I've seen in a video game. This looks like all some cartoony anime stuff, right? Well, things get real in the world of Alundra fairly quickly here. Alright, second hide and seek spot is up here. Sounds like you're liking Legion then. I stopped playing WoW and after Wrath of the Lich King. Where I mained a Orc Shaman. It was a lot of fun. I don't really feel the need to go back to it though. Alright. So, a lot of these puzzle rooms, there's multiple solutions to how you want to go about solving each room. Well, except kind of the first one. There's really only one way to do the first one. But the second one, you can actually break the statue ahead of time. You can also do a, I think, pixel perfect and frame perfect bomb jump from one of the middle sets of platforms from there to the little island that the statue's on. But that is so risky to do that might as well be task strats. So it's really up to the runner how they want to approach each room. For the most part, I'm going to be doing just about the safest strats for everything. Unless there is no safe strat, which, just like the logjam skip I did earlier, sometimes there is no safe strat, and you just gotta do it. You can't let your skip dreams be dreams. Alright, third one is up here in the corner. In this next part here, I can't miss a jump, or else I have to go all the way back around again. Right there. The only way to get over here is by making those jumps, so you gotta be super careful with those. Here I gotta be careful with my jumps here. If I waste a torch, I need to reset the room. Whoa. My capture card just kind of dropped a frame and then sped up again there, right when I was jumping. That was a little weird. I've never seen it do that before. Huh, alright. That made that a little more exciting than it needed to be. So here's where stuff gets real in Alundra. There's Mia's mother being burnt at the stake for daring to question that evil god might be evil. Whoops. So welcome to the friendly world of Alundra. Ideally in this part, you want to stay out of the water, because it's way slower to swim in that part. The fourth Mia is in the corner where we entered the dungeon. Yeah, who would have thought the evil god, who is also the final boss of the game, would be evil? Weird, right? This one I also can't drop a jump. Yep, in there. Alright, this one, the perspective is extra horrible in this room. So I have to use visual cues based off of the shadows of the stuff in the room to know when to jump. Otherwise, it is really easy to miss these jumps. I have no idea if they censored anything. I doubt they did, though, because as many liberties as Working Designs evidently took with the writing in some of the games they did, I don't think they deliberately censored much. As far as I know, I haven't heard much to the contrary, but for the most part, they stick faithfully to the story if they can. And they didn't censor like any lewd stuff either. If you've seen what is it? Lunar Silver Star story. Those bromides are definitely not censored. Alright, so that was room number 4. Mia number 5 is in the southwest part of the game. Or southwest part of this area that we've been to a few times already. So, room 5 is probably an area a lot of people had issues with casually. I certainly did. Even the speedrun strats for this part are really tricky. So, Spiriax, the current world record holder, has his own setup and particular inputs he does for this. I just have visual cues for how to do this. And just do whatever works for you, man. So I got it first try there. That is not easy to do. That takes a lot of practice. But there are consistent ways to do that. There you go. That's pretty much the entire story of Alundra right there, in 2 text boxes. All right, the final Mia, handily enough, is right next to the door that door right there. It's nice and easy. It's kind of weird that these sections get easier and easier as this dungeon goes on in terms of finding Mia. So the final room here also has a few different ways to solve it. There is a really crazy strat that damage boosts and does like the damage boost collision trick that you can do to kind of wrap around the burnable vines there. That strat is really crazy. So I am not about that strat. So I do this strat instead, which is slower, but it is way more consistent. Alright, so that's the last puzzle Mia room. Dungeon isn't quite over yet. There is one more horrible thing in this dungeon that hopefully I can also get first try. This has actually gone really well so far. I could make up a bunch of time here. but the last part of this dungeon has to go correctly. I've actually routed 100%. The problem with the 100% category in Alundra is that in the hidden casino in this game, there's a roulette table, or a roulette thing, that for the purposes of running the game in real time and not like using frame advance on an emulator, it might as well be completely random, even though it's not. It's actually consistent, but the value that the roulette table goes as it's spinning around, the value changes every single frame. So once every 60th of a second, it changes which thing it goes on. So if you can theoretically get that first try every time, 100% for this game would be about 8 hours. What? What? Oh god, this might screw up everything. I went too far down by like a pixel. Yep, this is... Okay. I went too far left by a pixel. And then she got me, but... Besides that, everything went fine. Oh god, that's so annoying. Hey Dion, welcome, thank you. Yeah. Okay, so... We're done with the puzzle dungeons. It's nothing but combat and plot from here on out. This is probably like the second half of the game. Like I mentioned earlier, the part that I said was the first half of the game done. This is technically the end of the first half, but as far as I'm concerned, the first half is over. Before the sanctuary, because I can do this part of the game almost on autopilot. Wait, I talked to so most of my character model was on the guy on the left, on Septimus, but somehow it talked to the woman on the right, even though 80% of my character model was over the left guy. Cool video game. Alright, so, what we gotta do now is we're supposed to go into that dungeon that we saw open up in that little cutscene where the rocks exploded and some imp guys came out of the entrance. What we're actually going to do now is skip that dungeon completely, but we got some stuff to do first. But just so you know, if you're hyped for the super loud first screen of the underground waterway, we don't even see the underground waterway in any percent anymore, which I'm pretty okay with. Alright. So, first things first, we're going to go get one of the more important, if not one of the most important items in Alundra. It might not seem like it. If you played the game casually before, it might seem crazy that I am calling this one of the most important items in Alundra. But bear with me on this one. So we're gonna go into Nava's cabin here, and we are gonna get this item. Alright. So this is the spring bean. This is the hot dog. The most curious things in the land. We can grow little plants if you plant them. It's actually a hot dog is what this thing is. And as it turns out, the hot dog / spring bean lets us pretty much break Alundra. So, also recall back to earlier in the run when I intentionally died 20 times in a row. that was for this. So, we'll know in a second if I miscounted or not. Hopefully I didn't. We'll see. Let's see if I miscounted. And... okay, we didn't miscount. We in there, boys. Okay, so what we just got right now is... the legendary sword. So this is a sword that its normal base damage, it can't be powered up. Its normal base damage is like 50. The next closest damage weapon does, I believe, 25 total damage. And we don't get that until the very end of the game. So roughly halfway through the game, we got a sword that does a crazy, ridiculous amount of damage. So even though this is the US version, which has double health, or practically double health for all enemies and bosses in the game, we can still completely ruin almost all the things we fight in the run now. That's how just crazy busted this sword is. So again, I said before, we're not going to the underground waterway. What we're instead going to do is that skip that I did earlier in the run with the bomb jump. But I also mentioned before that we can do this skip with any item that we hold over our head, so it's now the hot dog skip. So there's the hot dog. We're going to use this hot dog to skip the entire underground waterway. So this is, again, pixel perfect positioning right here. And it's a 3-frame window to make the correct D-pad movement. To make it onto that that cliff there. Oh. And I believe in the splits I'm comparing against, it took me 5 minutes to get that because proper setup was not known for that skip the last time I did this run. So hey, we just made like 5 minutes up. Alright, in this area, there is another hot dog skip here, which I'm going to do after this a little bit. Alright, so normally you're supposed to go to the top of this area and drop a pillar down to get why is this not? We'll give this another try and then I'll just do this as intended. Okay, intended strats, boys. Alright. So you can actually make that jump from that corner, but that was not happening, so we'll just do this the intended way, boo. So that's what you skip, by making that jump there, but that was not cooperating, as sometimes it doesn't do, so oh well. Alright, here's how you solve this puzzle. And then for this room, I have to be careful not to be too fast here. It's possible to be too fast for this puzzle, and it screws up the rim counting is complete. Okay, not gonna leave early. So just like before, you have to wait until the game considers the rim complete, in quotes, before leaving, or else it will just assume you didn't complete the room, and then you gotta do it again. And you don't know that it didn't count it as complete until you tried to go up here, and then the gate was closed still. Alright. This. Do our little damage boost. So in the next room here, the enemies in here can give you the business. So I gotta hold left immediately. And then give them the business instead. Okay. Alright. No problem. Hopefully I get a health drop here. Nope, of course not. There is a little mini-boss in this area. Technically, at this point in the game, if we were doing the game as intended, I would have had to deal with 3 of these stone heads already. But because we did a bunch of sequence breaking, this is the first stone head that we actually fight in the run. So these things, just like a boss earlier, don't have set HP values. You just have to hit them a certain amount of times to blow them up. And in this case, it's 3 sets of 5 hits. We'll destroy these things. See, it almost got me again. Even though it was dead, it almost got me there. Alright, here I need to heal up before I go into this room, because these things can just straight up kill you. These things can also be jerks. Okay, we're safe for now. So this is why I needed to do the room on the right first, because we need the key to open that. Then this puzzle, you do this. Once he starts pushing it, you can hold up on the D-pad, as he just autopilots. So this opens up the hand that was holding a bunch of boulders outside that you might have noticed when I went through this area, and that's what was blocking us for the next bit. Alright. So, also when I did that skip earlier, we also skipped a fairly large portion of this dungeon as well. Like back when this was being like freshly rerouted, there were some skips we found for some of the rooms earlier in this dungeon, but as it turns out, I don't think we have to go into the first third of this dungeon in any categories anymore, unless there's a glitchless category, which, as so far, there isn't one. So, if somebody wants to do a glitchless run of Alundra, that's pretty much a free world record so far. I believe Spiriax, the current world record holder for this, also plans to do a no magic, no sword run of this, which... Oh man. That, count me out. Count me out. So you push these, and then in this room here, this part can be kind of a pain. So there's 7 stone heads here. I need to kill them in a very specific order. Otherwise they're undamageable. I need to stay away from the one in the middle, because the one in the middle hits you so hard that you die in 2 hits. But once I get rid of the second one here, I can get to some safe spots. Okay, and then we stand right here. The fireballs to the right don't even get near me. Oh, that's right. I can just do this from here. Forgot. That's right. You can just stay on the left side for this whole thing. The only important bit is that I don't get hit by the laser in the middle, because again, that thing will ruin you on Japanese and US. So here I need to shoot from halfway between these 2 plants, and you'll be able to hit this and hit you. Okay, I need this and this. Alright. This key will unlock something later. I equipped the bomb because there's a little bit of a speed strat I can do in a room coming up. Great. Ended my dash too soon there. Alright, so we're going to use the key to open up this door right here. This room is on a timer. The hardest part of this room is not being too fast. Yep, like that. Okay, so there's an extra healing thing in the next room. So there you go. There's an example of crush damage not doing anything to you. So here I need to use this, I believe. Yep. Because there's another one right there. So here you need to fit between these two statues. That's actually intended to do. But there's a few things in the game that you need to fit through gaps that are a literal pixel wide. Okay, so what I just did there was I killed one of these imp things from off screen. Because there's a delay before the bomb goes off, and it can kill the imp as soon as it spawns in. So that's just a quick way to do that. I need to make sure not to fall here. Okay, just being extra careful there. And then, let's see what my time is here on this. I probably lost some time, because I screwed up a skip a lot. Yeah, I lost time. So that was all from just the failed pillar skip. Alright, so here is Nerud. This is one of the hardest bosses in the game. So get on the edge of your seat if you're not already there. And while you're on the edge of your seat, hold on to your butt with both hands. Okay. Okay. Alright. We did it. Oh man, then I would not advise that, Freddy. Unless you got a spare change of clothes or something. Alright, so that was Nerud's test. Nerud is literally a god, by the way. So here is literal god. He's also Zordon. Yeah, Zordon. He's the leader of the Power Rangers. And also commands a flying airship in the greatest PlayStation 1 game ever made, the Grand Stream Saga. Alright, so this guy just casually killed a literal god. Ants have to hold out all day. Oh man. I got a story about that, but I won't say it now because this is a marathon commentary video. So we'll table that one for now. Alright, so this guy just killed a literal god. We got some frame-perfect text skipping to do here. I'm thinking of that story that I really want to tell during this, but I can't. And I'm trying not to laugh. I look like an idiot, I'm just laughing at nothing, but oh my god. Alright, Alundra. Let's get back to Alundra business. We're actually ahead of world record pace, by the way. So I just need to stay on it for the next bit here. Alright, so we got another crest. We need those to unlock the final dungeon of the game. He gives us a aqua cape. This lets us swim. We wouldn't have been able to swim. No. This lets us enter whirlpools, which we actually don't care about at all. And then the final Oompa Loompa here feels sorry for trying to kill us, so he gives us $50 Alundra. Alright, if I needed health at this point, there's a green health thing there, but I already have one and my health is at full, so no big deal. I'm also getting my health back anyways, so also no big deal. So a note regarding the shoulder charge attack in this game. The damage to your shoulder charge is based off of what weapon you're currently holding, because naturally, right? So if I have the legendary sword equipped, my shoulder charge does 50 plus 1 damage. So I can pretty much just Kool-Aid Man through all the enemies I care about in this game. If I have the legendary sword equipped, which is nice. Alright, so we got some more plot stuff to do here. So this scene is a little ridiculous. So the townspeople are starting to realize, like, hey, sketchy evil priests might actually be evil. Ronan appeared at the last minute to rescue me. Do you think Ronan had something to do with being in danger? Yeah, you're right. Why would Ronan try to kill me? Huh. Alright, so Mia continues to suspect that evil priest is evil. And then, recall at the very beginning of the game, or close to it, I had to pray in the sanctuary. If I selected no to that option, it's a but thou must thing. It'll just say, hey, you should really pray at this statue, right? And as it turns out, when that happened, the evil final boss in the game invaded our brain. Somehow. Because reasons. No, actually, the strongest weapon in the game is a powered-up fire or ice wand attack that you weapon swap with the legendary sword. Because that does 53 damage. So almost. Almost. Alundra's shoulder is the third strongest, because it's a tie for first. Alright, are you ready for proof that evil priest is actually evil? Right here. Tell me that wasn't evil. Alright. So, back to town. And, it's been a while since we checked in with our boy Jess. Like, what's Jess up to? He's our surrogate father and all that. Alundra, you should get some rest. You know what I'm saying? That's how Jess talks, by the way. That's like his thing. He says, know what I'm saying? After, like, every third sentence. Like, I say like a lot. Jess says, you know what I'm saying a lot. But here we're gonna dash into bed. And then, hey, there's our boy Jess creeping on us. Completely normal to come in on somebody sleeping and stand over him and just stare at him for a little bit. Maybe nod a few times. Completely normal. But, well, I don't know what he's saying. Jess is he's a little weird. I don't know what he's saying most of the time. Especially in the Japanese version. Then I really don't know what he's saying. In this version, it's more like, yeah, hey, cool, Jess. In that one, it's, I don't speak your language. I don't know what you're saying. But as it turns out, it doesn't matter, because Jess is dead. Alright, well, I'm going to go pour one out for Jess over there while you guys press F. Alright. So this is the second of 3 bathroom breaks in the run. This is also the longest one in the run, which is nice, that it's like pretty much in the middle of the run. And there's no inputs here, because it's art is what's going on here. In a marathon setting, okay, let me state that I've actually done a full Alundra run. I think it was my first ever marathon commentary I did for the game. I did it with no bathroom breaks. It was not easy, it was not fun, but I am capable of doing a full Alundra run with 0 bathroom breaks. So if needed in a marathon setting, I can do it. But I don't like to do it often because I like not having kidney stones. I'm told it's not fun dealing with kidney stones. So I will take bathroom breaks and drink a lot of water. Also, it's really hot in here, so I need to drink water anyways. Alright, so here's where I get control again. If you wanted further proof that Ronan is evil, get a load of this. It was us the whole time. Oh, man. Oh. How could I do that to Jess? Alright, then we get the happy music again. Alright, so we had a nice long cutscene, and now we get another one. So this is another one where the text scrolls at a preset rate. All I can do to speed it up is just mash. If I hold down square, it doesn't speed this up at all. Yeah, we need to talk to Jar Jar, and then Alundra will complete. Regardless if you actually murdered the village. Who would be the Jar Jar Binks of Alundra? probably Mia. I think... Well, no, maybe actually Alundra is the Jar Jar Binks of Alundra. Oh god. I've been playing as Jar Jar the whole time. No, Septimus is actually capable, but everything just goes wrong when Alundra does it. Alright, so we got some armor here. You could take that armor down to an armor smith in the far corner of the world map, which we actually never see. We actually skip a really cool section of the world map when we do the bomb jump skip earlier in the game. But there's a cool section of the game called the Cliffs of Madness that just has a ton of jumping puzzles you have to do. Which, even though I said jumping puzzles, are actually fun to do. That's also where the second shop is in the game, and you can take that armor down to him, and he'll repair it for free. And that's where you can get the second armor upgrade in the game. Yeah, second. But because this is a speedrun, we don't have time to go do that. So we are still on the starting armor in the game. And we won't get the armor upgrade until like 7 splits from now. We only do 2 dungeons with an armor upgrade in this game, so that's why it is really rough to run this, because you're intended to have a whole bunch of damage mitigation at this point in the game, but we skip all of that because fast. So we take about a third of our total health from each hit from just regular enemies, rather than 1 or 2 points of health away from our health. Well, I think I have like 20 or 21 health right now. In my current state, if I get hit by an enemy, I lose about 8 points of health. If I had the armor upgrade, even the second one, I would be hit for 4 damage. With the one that I have to go get repaired, it's 2 damage, because it essentially it halves damage for each upgrade that you get. But we're going to skip right to the best armor upgrade in the game, so that lets us go from taking 8 points of damage to 1 point of damage from the same attack later on, which is nice, because stuff at the end of the game will just completely tear you up if you get hit by anything. Alright. So now we're going down to Eileen's Dream. So this is Gustav. Gustav, if you talk to him in the game, he's just a complete jerk to you. He's just like... He's a jerk to you. I was not going to go in the direction I wanted to go here, but... Gustav's a jerk. This is also the second point in the game where the game can soft lock. Hopefully it doesn't. But this is the second point where, if I need to, I have a memory card with safety saves on it. Okay, good. Didn't soft lock, we're in there. So again, if the game blows up and soft locks there and doesn't allow me to move Alundra, I have a memory card with backup saves on it. And I would just have to reload the save from when I woke up. Because you can save the game at those blue books that you might have seen scattered throughout the game. Those are save points in Alundra. Just saving the game in this takes like... Well, we saw we did it earlier in Giles' Nightmare. It takes like 45 seconds to save the game in Alundra. So that's why we don't do it during this. And if for whatever reason it soft locks, then we just take out the memory card and load from there. Because it's already a big enough time penalty for the soft lock and resetting the PS2 and all that, so that's how we deal with that if that happens. Alright, so this is Eileen's Dream. This dungeon's got a few gimmicks. The first one here is you can see Mia's in the dream with us. The second one we will get to when we get to it. So those enemies don't actually become aggressive at you unless you swing your weapon near them. Then they will become aroused and start attacking you. Alright, up onto here. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Alright. Alright, so now we gotta meet up again with Mia. Go this way. Alright, so this is kind of foreshadowing what a lot of this this dungeon is going to be about. You have to make use of Mia to solve some of the puzzles in the dungeon. This dungeon also has multiple routes through it, but we'll get to that when we get to that. Alright, here I gotta climb these stair things. I switch which side of the platforms I am here, because those spike balls will always go in the direction, or on the side that you're on. So if you switch which side you're on, they won't be able to hit you. So this room has multiple solutions to it. One of the things you can do is you can actually get to that island on the north part, and over to Mia, and actually nudge her along, is one of the things you can do. You can also soft lock the puzzle if you don't do that correctly. You can also skip that entirely by, oh, it's this way. You can also skip it entirely if you do, like, a really, really precise thing. But I don't bother with that. Alright, I put it this way. So this you have to do blind, which is a little horrible. Alright, for this bit, I need to not fall down here. If I fall down here, I need to backtrack a whole bunch. So let's not screw this up. Okay, okay. Alright, that's the first part done. Let's still screw up the second part. Grab this, throw that up there. Get this. Gotta make sure not to step on the teleporter. Okay. Alright, so this is what I mean when I say that this dungeon has multiple routes through it. So at the start of this, I need to break this crystal. Depending on which crystal is currently active in the thing, it'll determine which path I need to take through the dungeon. So I need to break that one, the brown one. Now we're in here in the desert area. There's a bunch of teleporters. So this entire dungeon is like a crazy 50-room maze that you have to go through. And it is very, very, very confusing. Like, I think when I did this casually, it took me like 2 hours or something just to do this one dungeon. That's just how big this dungeon is. Alright, so now we go down here. We got some puzzle stuff. So there's 4 separate kind of self-contained areas in this dungeon, and each area has like 8 rooms in them. And all these teleporters just take you all over the map. So unless you know exactly where each teleporter goes, it's really, really easy to get lost in this dungeon. Alright, here's the only time in the entire game where you're controlling somebody who isn't Alundra. So right here, I have control of Mia. So we gotta go like this, up over to this, up over to that. Okay. So now we're almost at the first boss room. The boss of this area, I have to fight 4 of them. I mentioned before that I have pretty much no armor or damage mitigation at this point in the game, so the boss does maximum damage to me. So I die in 2 hits from the boss here. Luckily, they die in 3 hits, so that was the only, like, really scary one. Because those things can, like, ping-pong you back and forth between them, and that can go sideways like that. I can't snap my fingers with my left hand, but like that. There you go. Alright, this one. Gotta break the yellow one. Yellow melty thing. That one. That's the best I can describe that one as. So what that did was, throughout the dungeon, there's some teleporters that just have a crystal on them, blocking you from getting on them. For the most part, we never see them because of the route I take through the dungeon. But just so you know, they're actually supposed to be blocked off. I think we maybe see one crystal block teleporter in the entire dungeon. Well, I guess we technically see him in the center room here. But in the outlying areas, they totally do exist. Alright, gotta hit these switches. So this room here with the switches is important. That raises and lowers pillars throughout the level. Alright, left one first. I scratched my nose there. Alright, so we got a free Mia here. You can technically get around her by just breaking the top level one. But because of the route I take through the dungeon, it's faster to just break the one on the right. Okay. For this one, I need to hit this because there's guys down here. Alright. So for that one, this one could be tricky to get to. In order to land on this chest, you have to let go of your jump as you're going into the load zone, but not before then, because you won't make it onto the chest otherwise. It's pretty dumb, and that's how you're supposed to get through that part. I don't like it very much, but that's how the puzzle goes. Alright, this puzzle. So, there are a bunch of geysers in this room. Some of the geysers have larger, they're visibly larger than some of the other ones. So those are the ones that you have to cover up with your rock. There's specific points where you need to throw the rock to hit the thing. And I screwed it up on the first one. Alright. So here's another boss fight. Gotta equip this. So, the first boss fight I do has 2 of these hidden eye monsters. So look how much damage I took there from the boss. I went from 21 health to 12. And I think it's a damage range, I think. So, almost split there. So yeah, that's there's an example of how much damage you take from stuff without a health upgrade. Here the one I need to break is the purple one. And I gotta do some damage boosting on the way out. Okay, so I have 1 cast of magic left. Okay, this works out. So there is a health upgrade in the start of the next area. So, depending on how my health is at this point in the game, I can either put off getting that health upgrade until the end of the next section, or I just get it at the start. Here is one of those occasions where getting at the start is going to be the way to go here. Right here, we're going to have 22 total health and also get all my health back. I also need to keep the flail equipped because this is like an undocumented thing. But the flail will break ice pillars. It's weird. That is not mentioned in the manual or anything. But that is a thing in this game. Alright, so here I gotta hit all of the buttons that are in this area. So I gotta do them in a pretty particular order. this one I can just break. Like that, onto this teleporter. Okay, so for this one, she's having trouble hitting the switch. So you just gotta stand on her head. Alright, so now we gotta use this teleporter. These little teleporters will teleport you to the center bit. And then you use this to get back up to the top section of the level. Gotta go back in here. I need to get the key to open up the door to the boss of this area. So there's our key. And then what am I doing on healing? 7. Okay, we'll get this. So if you've seen the Japanese run of this, you might think having 8 healing herbs at this point is a little excessive. But believe me, the damage you get in this game is like actually requires you to have a bunch of healing, especially for a dungeon coming up after this. Alright, so same deal. This is the 3rd of 3 bosses in this area. Depending on which order you do first of these sections of the dungeon, oh, it's about to split again. So the ice area has 1 boss for it. The fire area has 1 boss. The sand area has 2 bosses, and the water area has 2 bosses. So we're about to do the water area, but because we did the other 3 areas first, the 4th area that we go to does not have a boss fight. So it doesn't matter that that there's 4 bosses in the next bit, because we don't actually fight them. But that doesn't mean the next part is easy. I think it's this one. The bottom left, I think. It's been a while since I've done this. Or maybe it's top left? Yeah, it's top left. We got there. I figured it out. We in there. Okay. So this part is probably the most frustrating platforming in the entire game. So this is a puzzle on a timer. There are spike balls everywhere here. If you fall in, you have to do the entire puzzle again. Okay, we did it. Oh god. So, getting that first try is actually very tough. But if you're playing this casually and you want like strats on how to do that easier, do it with your hot dog. With your hot dog out. Just whip out a hot dog, and you can make those jumps a lot easier, because you get an extra frame of animation for jumping, and it gives you a little bit more leeway on making those jumps. Okay, this is the last dangerous room in this area. I'm gonna kill these guys, and then... Oh. Okay. Hey Felix, thank you for the host, welcome. So I needed to kill those guys, because, again, everything in this game does 1 billion damage to you at this point. So if the green orc guys aren't hitting you, the spike balls are. So I remove 1/2 of that equation from that. And the trigger to get her to appear here is to get the last key. Even though... No, actually we do need the key, never mind. We need the key to open up the boss door at the end of this. Even though there's technically no boss there, we still need the key. Alright, and then we're at the end of the dungeon here. Looks like I maybe made up a little bit of time. We'll see. I split here when the fade out happens. So this is Lean. Finished with her dungeon. Sick. Made up time. Alright. So now we get our little post-dungeon cutscene here of, hey, you did good. Good job. You did it. Alright, and as our reward for beating the dungeon, because our boy Jess is no longer with us, we need some way to get gear upgrades. So Gustav takes our iron flail from us and gives us a steel flail instead. All that does is does a bit more damage, and it lets us charge the attack for the flail, and he does a little lasso thing over his head with it, which I actually use precisely once in the run. It is actually used. Okay. Alright, so here, for whatever reason, they make you stand around for a little bit before you can move. That's just how the game works, I guess. So here's one of the few times where you can actually walk around in town during nighttime. The gates of town are actually locked, so you can't, like, go out into the game world. So here Giles is having a bad time again. Have I gotten any gold splits? Yeah, I think so. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 gold splits. Alright, so in this next bit here, there's going to be four Merg outside the house. The game intends you to like chase them around the village and kill them. But we don't actually have to do that. So we have this handy dandy spell. Mash the circle button. And then GG. Got him. Nine gold splits. Yep. In there. Alright, so that was the easiest boss fight in the game. So Giles put on his fursuit while everybody else is upstairs. Now he's getting aggressive. Oh. Suit's falling apart. It's Alundra the whole time. You're rocking a 680 Nifrim. I am rocking SLI 660s. where the second card in SLI has been disabled for the last like 4 months, and I didn't realize it. If I were going to upgrade, it would be to like a 1070. I don't see a point in getting a 1080 or a Titan. Oh man, a 450. Nice. Is that the one that uses shared video memory? Because those are incredible cards. I've had the misfortune of using those before. Oh man. Yeah, 1060 isn't bad either. Like, it's still as fast as like the $1,000 cards from a year or two ago. No clue? Oh. It probably, I think 450 is probably like the step above the really shit ones that share your memory. Oh man, oh. All right. Marathon committee, disregard the last 15 seconds. Whoops. This is a 6-hour run. I'm allowed to swear once. There we go. I used it. All right. Now we woke up. We got our HP back and our MP back. And now we're going to go turn in some plot stuff here with Mia. She's going to give us an item to open up a dungeon coming up. So we got the tree gem. Alright, so next stop is the Fire Manor. There is a fairly long overland route you have to take to get to the Fire Manor. Okay. But, as it turns out, we can solve our long walk problem with a hot dog. As we can do with a lot of problems in Alundra. We can solve it with hot dogs. So that's what we're gonna do. So we're gonna skip the first bit of the trip over to the Fire Manor by going along the beach here. I should probably kill this. Alright, fish. There you go. Alright, that fish can sometimes ruin your dreams. Alright, so we're gonna get our hot dog out. And then we're gonna jump over here. There we go. So hot dog solved our problem. So we just skipped a very long segment of like running around the world map and then going into another cave off to the left and then like fighting a tree. Skips a whole lot of stuff by just doing that. And that's not like even that hard to do, so it's nice. It works out. Yeah, I think the closest I've ever gotten to getting like a top of the line card was an 8800 GTS. Though actually, now that I think about it, there was a time when ATI cards, you could reflash like the middle range cards, and then turn them into the top of the line cards. Those were good days. Okay, this is supposed to be a really annoying puzzle, casually, but as it turns out, instead of playing Pong with the fireball, you can just use bombs to set off these torches and completely skip the puzzle that's here. Which is great. Yeah, I think it was the ATI 9500 Pro is what the card's name was, and you could reflash the firmware to turn it into a 9700. Because that's all the card was. It was a 9700 that didn't pass QA or something, or pass verification. So they just downclocked it and turned it into a 950, or 9500. So for like $200 less, you could get the same performance, which was amazing back in the day. So there we go. There's another gold. I think we're up to 10 golds now. There, I gotta burn this, and now we're off to the Merg area. We saw kind of a preview of this area way earlier in the game. I pointed it out that we're gonna see this part way later. Well, this is the way later part now. Alright, here I gotta be careful not to miss this jump. Or this jump. Okay, we're good. If I miss either of those, then we are gonna become the mayors of Backtrack City. But luckily I didn't miss the jump. There's a slight sequence break here. Or it's like a cutscene skip, I guess it's not a sequence break. If I don't get too close to the middle of these stairs, you can actually avoid a cutscene trigger there and just go right on past it, which is great. Alright. Alright, there's an actual sequence break in the next room. Right here. You're actually supposed to go into a different cave and push that block in the center top of the screen down to go past it. But using some clever jumping, we can actually just completely bypass that area. Let's see if I get it. So now I gotta wait for these to go down. If you get that quick enough, you can just go straight on past that, but wasn't in there. Okay, so here's another dangerous part. These things do a ton of damage, so I gotta be more careful than usual. So, again, I still don't have any armor upgrades, and these Merg in particular will just completely wreck you. So that actually worked out nicely. Sometimes they will jump into you and jump over you, and then all of them can hit you at once, and then whoops, you're dead. So you don't want that to happen. Here we hit the switch with the bomb, because if you go down into that lower area, a bunch of Mergs spawn, and then you gotta fight them. But if you hit it with the bomb, the Merg don't spawn, so easy. Easy peasy. I need to break some of these pots to get close to full health if I can. Here we go, full health. Ask and you shall receive. Because I need to be at full health, especially in this version, before I get to the next past Mergwoods 2. Because the area after this is savage. It's absolutely savage. Alright, so we even have time. Here's the second hardest boss in the game. Alright. Alright, serious time. Okay. Alright, so they put this boss in the game. We've already fought him twice before. They made him a boss in this area as like a joke. It's a real funny joke. Just to show like how powerful you become throughout the run, I guess. And it's especially a joke with that sword, but even without the most powerful sword in the game, that boss is still just a complete joke. Alright, this is a cutscene that I can't skip. Your own private sauna. I know that feel. So I have SLI cards. I have a bunch of hard drives and SSDs in my mainstream computer. I got essentially five monitors here, an overclocked CPU and all that. But guess what puts out the most heat in my entire setup? It's my iMac. My iMac puts out more heat than everything else in my room combined, including this giant TV that's over here. This giant old TV. Like, I can't even put my hand on top of my iMac because it will burn my hand. And that's what I'm running chat on, so I can't just, like, not use it, so... I gotta use it. So eventually I want to get rid of that and get a monitor, and then just plug in my Surface Pro into it and use that as my chat PC. But for now, I just got this Mac raising the room temperature by like 20 degrees. Be a lot more comfortable in this stream room if I didn't have this Mac just boiling me every single day. But them's business. So again, I need health for these parts coming up here. Of course, I didn't drop any there. Luckily, there's okay, this I need to not hit that switch. I need to hit the second one. Yeah, like if I wanted to fry up some eggs or something, all I have to do is put some eggs on the old iMac. And before you say like, "Oh, Puri, why'd you even buy your iMac?" My iMac was literally free. I paid $0 for it, so that's why I'm using the iMac. The hard drive's even dead in the thing. I had to open it up and put in my own. I replaced the optical drive in it with an SSD, and then the hard drive failed in it, and I lost all the stuff that was on there. So now it's got like an 80 gigabyte SSD. So pretty much all I can use my iMac for now is chat and like watching Twitch streams. But it's got a good display in it at the very least, so better than my other displays. Alright, so ideally I get some health drops here, and got none. Alright. Sick. Cool. Oh, speaking of frying eggs on components, back in like probably '98, when I think I built my first computer, I didn't know that heat sinks were a thing. So I removed the heatsink from the CPU of my Pentium 500 and overclocked it. And I think you might be able to figure out how that works out. Alright, so we're not quite at full health, but I can probably make this work. Yeah, overclocking that 500 is fun. Like, I overclocked it because Jedi Knight 1, like Dark Forces 2 Jedi Knight, was not running fast enough. So I cranked it up from 500 to like 600. Yeah, I'm losing time here. I had to spend some time breaking pots to get health back, so that's why I lost some time on that split. Alright, so this split is the most dangerous split in the entire game, by a long shot. So this is the... Yep, of course, no drops. This is probably the hardest, one of the hardest parts of the Alundra speedrun. So I need to go break every safety pot. Yeah. Luckily, I have 9 herbs. Oh, wrong one. when I can just brute force my healing through this. So this is just one big maze. You just have to do most of this maze blind, so you better have the route memorized, otherwise have fun doing this. And health drops, of course. Yeah, I save the herbs for when I really need them. Because there's some spots where you just get caught without any sort of healing, and then just GG. Alright. It's important that you get on the upper part for this. If you go along the intended, in quotes, path for this, those giant spike balls start coming after you. Okay, we're good now. So I need to go in here, and I need to go try and open the door on the first level here. It's random if I get hit on the way back out, but it's important in this part that... Am I not gonna hit? I didn't get hit. Sick. It's important for this bit that I do not forget to try and open that door there, because trying to open that door is a trigger for a later plot thing. So here I can go like this and just go around the spike ball. It's intended that you open this chest for the one gilder that's in it, because you need to defeat all the enemies here. So this part specifically is where I save a lot of my herbs for. Because these things are little jerks. That went fine. I would not make the logs an incentive because it's too far out of the way. Like, it's really far out of the way. That's why we skip it, because it saves a lot of time. Alright. So this bit can be really annoying. For this, I need to ride these platforms. I need to stand on a switch at the south end of this area and keep holding it down until the platform rises up. I've actually lost a really good pace before to not staying on that switch long enough. Hey, D-Rock. Yeah, those merged. This one I need to kill the one in the middle first, because otherwise he'll move around. That one's fine. Okay. So we can just move on. If I was down on healing, I would get some of the items that were in those chests. Alright. In there. Okay, so there's one more dangerous part here, and that's the basement of the prison here. So this is again one of those huge dungeons that you just kind of have to, oh, hold on. This I want to show in a marathon setting. Alright, watch the pot. What does he do with the pot? It just disappears into his feet. Oh, not this. Okay, cool. It is very rare that I end this section on either full health or close to full health. Usually I'm like barely alive at the end of this bit, so the fact that I'm at 21 health right now, I am well okay with. And I also have a ton of healing items still. Okay. So we saved a locksmith from jail, and as it turns out, there is a locked door on the first floor of the Great Tree Tower. So let's put 2 and 2 together here, and know that we need the help of a locksmith to get through that locked door. So you can know that the keysmith is down for some plot business, because he's actually standing up. If he's kind of slouched down on the ground, that means that you're not at the proper plot trigger to make the guy do the thing. If he's standing up, he's down for some locksmith business. Alright, so for this, the strat for this is to get them to go like that, and then just kill them when they're on the other side of this thing. It's the easy way to deal with these Merg. Alright, he's down, thank you. I gotta go back to him. Alright, so that's the first floor done. This dungeon has 3 floors. Also, shoutouts to Ritalin. They put that into the script there. There's no TM at the end of it, so watch out, working designs. Alright, so for this thing is a jerk. You need to avoid that immediately when you go in the room, because that's like a heat seeker fireball thing that will just ruin you if you don't move immediately. Alright, here I gotta go right. So the end goal of this part is to get up to the very top of this tree. Rip the run. What run were you doing, Soul Man? The 12 or 13. Also, hopefully Fang is best girl in 13, otherwise you're wrong. Alright, so if I needed more health, there's more in here. Oh, 12, alright. Oh. Wrong chest. This one has the herb. Here's the extra herb. Well, I guess... Oh, man. Alright, I failed to jump. I gotta do this again. I guess the better question for who is best girl is probably... Should ask Lude that. As the person who actually decides who best girl is. Alright. So for this, I gotta go up here. To you. Alright, here I need to drop down and go get a key. I gotta be careful not to fall off of the ledge here. Yeah, that's Sierra bundle, right? If I didn't already have literally every game in that bundle, then I would be hyped for that. But I already do. Well, actually, no, I don't have every game. There's like some weird, what, like Goblin game or something? Okay. So, normally I would use a Wonder Essence here to get my MP back, to just kill all the stuff in this room immediately. But, because of some shenanigans that can happen in the boss fight for this, I'm going to keep my Wonder Essence. And then on the way out here, I'm going to use this to get all my health back. If I didn't already in that last room, but I need this health upgrade anyways. Because for marathon safety purposes, saving the, like, 6 seconds in that room to kill those guys quickly is not worth the run literally dying on the next boss. Because the next boss will ruin you if you give him the opportunity, and he will absolutely take any opportunity to ruin you. Wait, we're going up here. Alright, so we got a busted key from the chest in that hut in the upper right. Now we have to try using the busted key. Alright, so we tried to turn a key that was already bad and we made it worse. And now the game says we needed professionals' help with our key business. As it just so happens, there is a locksmith nearby. But the dumb thing here is that the locksmith is not in the same place where we left him. Instead, he's actually over here now. This is another thing that drove me nuts casually. Like, for whatever reason, he went into this hut instead of the one that he was in before. Alright, so we now have a straightened out key that can turn and lock. And we're good to go to open that door, and then the boss of this area is not far past that door. Still a lot of tragedy that can happen between here and there, though. Alright, so I'm almost 100% going to have to heal the next bit. So this is another spot where if I had a cast of magic here, and I would if I used a Wonder Essence, it would give me my magic for this. But again, I want to save that for the boss, in case things go completely sideways. So, luckily that went fine. That was actually maybe a little faster than just using magic. So now I can take on the boss without worrying too much about it. Alright, so this is Zazin. You remember him from the very beginning of the game. Zazin is a jerk. I can damage him at almost all times. This is the one time when I can't damage Zazin. So this is getting Konged on. Yep, there we go. So we got the double Kong. And, that dumb attack. I can't damage him while he's doing that. Am I getting that? No, it's not. I can't damage him while he's doing his little helicopter thing. And if he catches up to me, he does a ton of damage to me. So, I got Konged on, what, twice? 3 times? And that just loses time every time I get Konged on, so that's no good. Alright, but after we defeat Zazin, we get the 2 crests that the Merg got at the beginning of the game. So we get those right now. And I believe I have 5 of the 7 crests that I need to open up the final dungeon. And as if this dungeon wasn't bad enough, I now have to backtrack manually through it again to get back to the entrance. What a good dungeon. Alright, so marathon-wise, this is another good spot for donation stuff. If that were a thing. That chest in the upper right is just a Gilded Falcon. If for whatever reason you were doing 100%. I need to get some of my HP back here if I can. And again, these health drops from grass is RNG. Let's see if we got it here. I'll do it. I can't control like what will drop and when from the grass. It's just cut it and hope for the best. Yep, greetings from Germany. Kick cancer's butt. First time viewer. Also, that cutscene that I skipped earlier, that cutscene trigger is still active all the time. So I still have to steer clear of that. I could take a slightly more direct route back through the woods. But I have to avoid that cutscene trigger, because that cutscene's like 30 seconds. So it's kind of important that you not get into that cutscene. Alright, here I need to go back to the village for a frame. So I'm holding up here, because this has to trigger. If I agree, I don't know. Alright, so for this, I'm doing this to get an item that isn't required, and it's actually not part of, like, the really YOLO strats now. But for marathon safety's sake, I'm going to get this thing. So this is the Nava Charm. If you have it equipped in your item slot, like where the bomb currently is right now, it does something very, very, very useful. Which we will see what that thing is in a little bit. But just so you know, that the Nava Charm, very useful, especially for safe strats. Alright, so we're heading up this way again for the third time. Like, we passed by this area of the game so many times during the run. Alright, I gotta stay not too close to this burning bush, because that happens. Alright, let's see if I can remember how to do these puzzles here. So, this is kind of a... This is the route you have to take to get to the entrance of the ice manor here, and it's horrible. It's as horrible as it looks. So let's see if I can remember how to do the ice manor puzzle. Like this. This one needs to go right. This one like that. That one like that. Up. Alright, first try, boys. Okay. Wait, is that 2 hits or 3? It's actually 2 hits here. Okay. Alright, fixing it. This can be fixed. Alright. There we go. Okay, we did it. I hit the one on the left too many times. Alright, we in there. See if I can remember how to do this quickly. Nope. I pushed the wrong one. Okay. It's been a while since I've done this. And I started off like that, great. Okay, it's up. Left, left. This one down. Okay, now we're in there. So it's really easy to push the wrong pillar here. Okay, we did it. We did it. Took 3-ish tries. In there, though. Alright, so that's for the ice wand. Just like the fire wand, the ice wand shoots ice. Well, similarly to the fire wand. There is a skip I can do in the next bit here that saves 2 screens worth of walking, if I can get it correct. I have to do an item jump from a spot over here on the right, but it saves a good deal of walking, so let's see if I can get it here. Nope. So I think you can also do something like that, but I screwed it up, so we're gonna go the long way. Alright, so the other way to get up there is over this way. This is the old route, before we knew about the item jump. Up over this way. So it would have brought me over here, had that jump not beefed it. But we beefed it. Here there is a sequence break that if you jump from here over onto here, it skips having to go along the bottom and go across all those little platform things. Alright, so here's a kind of new mechanic for these. So there's red pillars that are like fire pillars instead of ice pillars. And you have to cool them down with the ice wand to interact with them. So this is one of the worst things in the entire game. This is just... like... oh god. I hit it too high. This is one of the most annoying things in all of video games. Right here. That might be too low. Let's see. Yep, too low. Oh my god. The best part is, this is the easy variation of this puzzle. There's a second one I gotta do that's, oh man. Alright, but we'll get there when we get there. So, in this dungeon, I want to have the Nava Charm equipped, that necklace that I got earlier. Because the cool thing that the Nava Charm does is, it negates almost all fire damage in the game. I say almost all because the fire or the lava floor in this area, you still take damage from it for a little bit until we get an item. But like these fire spouts, for example, they won't do any damage to me if I have the Nava Charm equipped in my active item slot. Alright, so these things I gotta kill. Alright, these birds are jerks. As usual, the video game birds. These ones are jerks. Alright, bird. Come here and get some. Okay. And then, we're going to get this and use it. Okay. Yep, that's Sinboard. One of these days, I want to play that Amiga Sinbad game, because that actually looks like a fun game. Alright, here we go. So remember I mentioned that was the easier of the two block puzzles earlier? Here's the harder version. So if you take too long, that's too high. If you take too long to jump off of these platforms, they start disappearing underneath your feet, which is A+. Wood bad puzzle again. Okay. Alright, we didn't fall down. We got that first try, so that, I guess that makes up for the tragedy of the first one. So in this one, the intended way to do this is to light all of these, and then move that rock from on top of the block. Oh, okay, we're doing this as intended, I guess. So I wasn't fast enough there in getting on top of the block, because that timing is real rough. But you can actually hop from onto that block while the other one is moving down. But I was slightly not fast enough. There's a very specific part of the animation of that block going down where you can make the jump. And this last one you want to put from here, otherwise it gets away. Alright, so killing all the phoenixes or firebirds or whatever. We'll open up this. And then you can skip having to do this puzzle by like that. I can tell when I'm far enough down because the water splashing effect disappears, and instead Alundra's shadow is seen. So right here is a key, and then to the right is the item that I need to remove all fire damage from the game, essentially. So the charm boots, you guessed it, let you walk on fire, right? Because that makes sense from the name, right? Right? So now I could just Kool-Aid Man through all this fire. These birds, ideally I can kill some of them. if these birds get in my way here and damage me while I'm carrying a rock, as you might remember from earlier in the game, if you're damaged while carrying an item, the item in your hand blows up, and you need to reset the room. So that's why I make sure to remove birds. Alright, this is a big old puzzle room. This is, I think, one of the bigger rooms in the game besides, like, the village. So there's, I think, 8 different gates that need to be closed here. And gates close based off of which torches you light. So I go over this way, light those 2. And then we go back to the start in quotes of this area. Like that one, because there just happens to be a second entrance up here. Where the turtle spawns here can mess up this. So you only have, like, you have a very small amount of time to react if a turtle's in your way. Okay. And then this last one, you need to jump light it from there. And then, oh good, the turtle's camped out right in the door. Great. Alright, turtle. Out of the way. Turtles. Okay, in this room, the intended strat is to push those pillars over here. What we could actually do is, what was mentioned earlier by Landstalker Guy, you can actually damage boost and jump on top of the hitboxes of certain things. This one. Go up through here. And now there's 2 sets of rooms with platform pushing puzzles, or pillar pushing puzzles, sorry, that we gotta solve. So there's one down. Missed one switch. Oh man. Nice. Yeah, the final dungeon in this game is a little brutal. Alright. Up here, push this. This, up to this. Alright. That is, I think, the last platform pushing puzzle in the, or pillar pushing puzzle in the game. Are we in there? Alright, so in this next room I need to just break the 3 fire nozzle things here. And then I need to get the second most important item in the entire game. In this chest. It's very important that I not miss this chest. Okay, and then into the boss. So, this boss is the first occurrence where we're going to use a kind of weird glitch called the weapon swap glitch. So the only way to damage this boss is to hit it in the head with a ice attack, which the only thing that does ice damage is the ice wand. But instead of doing 1 damage to the boss using the ice wand, I'm going to use a glitch called the weapon swap glitch. So I'm going to fire the charged up ice wand at the boss, and then let go of the attack button, and then before the ice hits the boss, I'm going to swap over to the legendary sword. And what that does is, instead of the ice doing the stock damage of the ice attack, it instead is given the same amount of damage as the legendary sword, which, as we went over before, does 50 damage. In the US version, I'm also charging up my ice attack before switching over to the sword, because it saves a cycle if I used a charge attack against the boss rather than just a normal ice attack and then do the weapon swap glitch. In the Japanese version, it doesn't matter if you use charge attacks or not, but in the US version, it actually does. So I got kind of bad patterns there with the boss, but we still put Wilda on ice. That's a female dragon, by the way. If you're wondering why the dragon had boobs, that's why. Alright. So, what can happen there in that in this fight is I've had it happen before where the dragon just puts its head down, I hit it. It does like this fire spray attack. I hit it again during that attack. It puts its head up and then right back down again, and then I kill it. So that's why in the US version, because the bosses have more HP than they do in the Japanese version, that there's a lot more variance in how long fights can be. So that's part of the US run. Because fights take longer, there's a lot more variability in how long they can actually land. All right. Next up is Nestus Dream. This is a dungeon that has one of the dumbest premises in the entire game. So we've already time traveled during a dream. Things get even weirder in this dungeon. So, we're gonna head on down there. So we're going to Wendell's house, which we've been there a few times in the game already. Here's the last time we have to go to Wendell's house. Alright, so pay attention to this. So you might remember the two little kids, the twins. These are the twins now. Alright, there's Wendell. He's still kicking. For now. Alright, here's Nestus. Why is this? Oh, okay. That's never happened before. That's okay. Apparently you need to move away from him and not hold down square, otherwise it triggers his dialogue twice. Sure. So anyways, his twin brother Nestus, Burgess's twin brother Nestus, was kidnapped by the Merg. And he's now being held in the middle of Mergtown in Ewok Village. So their plan to find exactly where he is for Alundra to enter the dream of the twin that's here, Burgess. Because in the world of Alundra, twins dream the exact same dream whenever they sleep, and entering the mind of one twin will let you exit the mind of the other twin. This checks out. This math adds up. I'm okay with all this. So for this screen to finish, I need to get rid of all the Merg that are here. So the gimmick for this dungeon is this is one big dungeon that's essentially doubled and mirrored. So when it showed me the order of the switches to press in the previous room, you have to do what it showed you, but mirrored on the other side of the dungeon. So it's weird. This is a weird dungeon. So here we're on the left side of the dungeon, and we need to run over to the right side. So you can see how everything's kind of tinted teal. And then we warp over to the other twins' dream, where everything is tinted brown instead of teal. So this is a weird dungeon. Alright. So we gotta drop that one down. Head all the way back to where we started, where this is now up, and then that opens that door. Okay, so here is one of the more annoying parts of this dungeon. You might have noticed the 3 statues at the start of the dungeon. There are 3 towers in this area that have those little mirror puzzles on them. That one is by and far and away the most annoying one to do, and that I got it first try. I pat myself on the back for. So we're warping these statues from the left dungeon into the right dungeon. And doing so, that will open up the boss door, because sure, fine. Sure thing. So that's essentially the gist of the dungeon. So we're currently in the right side dungeon now. Okay, so I gotta hit these in a specific order. And that opened up a door on the other side. So now there's just a bunch of switches to hit. Like, I think in terms of just sheer number of switches to hit, this one by far and away has the most. Alright, this one is right, left, to get a key. Oh. Again, no crushing damage. Through here. Alright. Gotta make sure not to fall off this platform. If you fall off, like, any of these platforms, oh baby, have fun getting back up here. Alright, this one, super easy. BDAC is what my notes say. So A, B, C, D. The hardest part of this is making it between these torch things. Because again, it's one of those things where it's a 1 pixel gap that you need to get through. Or 1 pixel margin gap. I don't know why they did that, but there's plenty of spots in this game where there's a 1 pixel margin gap. Alright, here we just run straight south, all the way down to the bottom, until we hit a teleporter right here. Gotta go north again to go hit some more buttons. Yo, I heard you like hitting buttons. Well, this dungeon's got some. And then it's got some more. Alright, so now that we've unlocked all of those, the center area is available to go in now. I've had to keep my Mac from going to sleep twice in this run so far. That's how long this run is. Okay, in the next room, I could fairly easily be knocked off of the, this thing here. So the strat that I do is I do jump slashes to take out all the Merg that are in my way. If you get knocked off of the side of that, oh baby. Alright, so right, center, left, that one, and that one. So again, 1 pixel gap to get through these. There we go. Alright, now we're pretty much done with the dungeon. So that was the last statue, so now I need to make it down to the right half of the dungeon, so the brown one, and then down at the bottom. My Mac is a separate chat computer, like completely separate to my stream computer. Alright, so please don't knock me off. The computer I'm streaming from is a Windows 10 PC. Alright, so I had to kill all of them to open this door. Here's another kind of optional, but might as well not be, health pickup. Alright, so this boss. This boss should not be a problem, but occasionally it is. Okay, got it. Alright, so that was the twins. Sometimes that fight can go sideways, because you can see how much damage they did to me with one hit. They took out 14 health with one hit, and I currently have 15 health. So here I need to get into this the second it touches down. Well, I said occasionally Solomon, but I've never died to that boss, so not that big of a deal. Oh, if you're going to start doing the Lee thing, I'm just going to get rid of you right now from my channel. That is probably the most annoying Twitch thing. So I'll nip that in the bud right now. Alright, so for this thing, here is the second or third, depending on how things went, drunk room in the game. We do that, and then stand right here, and then this should solve itself in a second. Alright. Okay, so we saved the kid. Everything's fine. He knows the shortcut home. He'll be fine on the walk back home. So, everything is likely okay back at back in town. So we're just gonna go head on back and see what's cracking. Maybe Septimus has some good news for us in the fight against Ronan. Alright, so just back to town. Everything's cool, right? We got the happy music. And let's just go talk to... Oh. Well. So things, something's afoot. Something is amiss here. Alright. So we kill all the Merg and we are going to celebrate while our village burns down. Alright, so we're going to talk to the mayor here and take shelter in an also burning building. But everything's fine. No smoke in here, so this house is definitely not on fire. Everything's fine. Alright, so if y'all love the council scene in Skyrim, you're gonna love this scene here. This is practically the Skyrim council scene. So, marathon stuff. Another great time for donation stuff. Alright, so this is where the people in town finally realize that Sketchy Priest is actually sketchy and evil. It only took 5 hours for them to realize this. The girl who made stuff explode in her sleep, she died way earlier. She died in, what, 45 minutes in? Oh, by the way, about half of the town died in the last scene. So the body count in Alundra now is, the body count's like 14 now. It was like 6 or 7, but now it's like 14. Because Alundra. This nice happy story of Alundra. A 6, thank you. Alright, once people start leaving the tables, when I can kind of start paying attention again. But this is a long scene. This is, in the Japanese version, this is 2 minutes and 15 seconds. In the PC version, it's even longer. Or, no, in the US version, it's even longer. Yeah, PC. If only there were a PC version. We wouldn't screw around with consoles at all. Well, the PC version might as well be like playing this on a bad version of EPSXE, where it runs the game at 10% faster than console, like in Star Wars or Grandstream Saga. Then sure, that would be a good version. Spirit X could probably do that version of the Japanese version in like 420 or something. Alright, so the council's finally over. We got our HP back, we got our MP back. In the US version, because this is the US version, not the Japanese version, there is one extra thing I need to do here. First things first, I need to go to the store, and I need to get the armor upgrade. Right here. Because the town burnt down, she no longer thinks that she should deprive the one guy protecting her town from all the evil in the world. To not deprive him of this armor anymore, so hey, now we can get this armor. The other thing, exclusive to the US version route, is that I'm supposed to be going up to the Sanctuary right now to go fight Ronan. But in the US version, it is a billion million times safer, and in the long run faster, to go over here and get an item that otherwise you would not be getting. So we're gonna get our flail out, our hot dog out, go up here, switch to this. And we're going to get the third magic seed. So this gives me 3 casted magic at this point. In the Japanese version, I would still be on 2 casted magic. But for this version, you're gonna want 3 for this part of the game. Alright, so the Ronan fight. I need this and this. Alright. So, Ronan is a consistent fight. He's one of the few bosses that actually has a consistent pattern to him. So if everything goes to plan and I hit the boss on like the earliest available like opportunity to hit him, it should be the same every time. So he's going to start the fight by bending over and spawning a bunch of spike balls around him. I'm going to cast the Fire Book, which will destroy the spike balls and also damage the boss. Right afterwards, he's going to charge up his laser and shoot it at me. And then is going to be stuck in a loop of just spawning the spike ball things at me. So that's generally how this fight goes. If something goes slightly wrong, then that pattern could change, but that is almost always the pattern he does. So I can't damage the boss while he's hunched over and spawning the spike ball things. But I'm still going to cast the Fire Book magic to damage him. Alright. There's charging the laser. And that's how you do the Ronin fight. It went exactly like I said it would. So this is why you get the third MP regen, or MP seed for this fight, because then you don't need to use your Wonder Essence and you can save it for the next boss fight, which can be rough. It can be a rough time if things go wrong. Alright, so we finally got rid of Ronin here. Alright, we get the good old mid-80s arcade voice sample. I hunger. So clearly he's evil. He sounds the same as Sinistar. And now we get a big old cutscene. So this is actually part of the game that the game spoiled for us earlier in a vision from town crazy person, Sybil. So what's going on in this part? Beware, I hunger. So what's going to happen here is the whole village has gathered in the basement of the church to play Blue's Clues, I guess. They're going to imagine as hard as they can, and they're going to dream up a sweet sword for me. So that's what's going on here. Alundra continues to get weirder and weirder as it goes on. We're not quite to like Grand Stream Saga levels of bizarre, but it's getting up there. So they're going to combine their dreams to turn weak dreams into a strong one. They're going to become dream warriors. To make a sick sword for us. You all understand? Let's all think of a sick sword. Every one of you. Dream up a sick sword for Alundra. Alright, so here they go. Yo, look at that thing. If you dream hard enough, you too can summon a sword with your mind. So we got the Holy Sword. So all this fanfare, long cutscene, plenty of dialogue to go with our sweet new sword. So the best thing about this sweet new sword is that we will never use it. Because the way that swords work in Alundra is that the strongest sword that you currently have will always be the one that's equipped. Because we already got the legendary sword, it overrides the equipping of the holy sword. So, we went through all of that to get this sweet holy sword, but we're never going to use it. Great. If only I could skip that cutscene too, but can't do that either. Oh, here's another part that the game gets a little weird. Not this part, the next part. Oh, those villagers are still they're gonna dream a dream about some pretty useful stuff later, but the sword they could have done away with. Alright, so pay attention to this. Hey, Nava and I are different. Also, we're aliens, and we have super long lifespans. Also, I'm 300 years old. Ha. So this is a Deus Ex Machina of Alundra. Just this, suddenly the Gravedigger is hundreds of years old. Here's how you beat the game. GG. Come on, Alundra. Alright. So because the shopkeeper is currently in the basement of the church, we can actually just go into her store and steal everything. I'm gonna leave that green thing there because I can't carry more than one, so she lucked out. I'll leave one item for her. Alright, so now we're heading down to Nava's Keep. Nava Keep is one of the more annoying dungeons in the game. Because it's another one of those like teleporter mazes, essentially. And if you either go into a wrong door, if you get knocked into a wrong door, then trying to fix the error is a huge pain. That one. Okay, but first we gotta get there. LM, LRL. Remember that. LM, LRL. So. L. M. L. R. Alright, let's see if I can get this jump here. It's gonna be tough to do. No, alright, whatever. That one's really hard to do. Okay, this one is MMR. So the gimmick for this dungeon is that I need to activate all of those, all of these purple things, in order to unlock the door at the end of the dungeon. And this one's really annoying to do. Okay, RMR. This one is especially annoying because there's multiple spots where if you misthrow the barrel will just explode. Which, oh man, is that fun. Luckily, I know which ones are generally trouble spots. And I have in my notes, like, how do I fix this if things go sideways? Alright, this one, the platform doesn't lower until you kill all the fish here. Okay, this one is R. And then L. Get revenge on those guys. Those guys do so much damage to you earlier in the game, but now I can just one-shot them. one is M. I need to not get knocked into that door, so I made that mistake once of dashing there and I got accidentally knocked into that door and it screwed up everything. Alright, last one. Okay, we did it. I got damage boosted into the door. In there. Okay, so that didn't go horribly. That could have gone much worse. I think that's only the second time I've done that dungeon without screwing up something. Alright, so now we get one of the more difficult bosses in the game. So great, we'll see how this goes. Alright, so we gotta talk to Nava. As it turns out, Nava is hundreds of years old. He's gonna drop a good old hot plot dump on us in a second or two here. Here's where we're gonna get the final crest in the game, that one. So now we have all the crests in order to unlock the final dungeon in the game. But first, we gotta find out about Melzis. The Melzis is apparently Lavos. So yep, big old plot dump. I told you. It's a big old stinky plot dump that they put on you right here. And it's super long in English, and it's almost as long in Japanese. Alright, but then suddenly, Zorja. So, recall earlier, this is a guy who killed a literal god earlier in the game. So now we have to fight him. Great. So this guy is very difficult to deal with. The most effective thing I have to do damage to this guy right now is actually the fire spell. So when I use the fire spell on him, or the fire book, I need to get him close to a wall before I use it, because then I have a better chance of hitting him twice with it. If I don't hit him twice with it, then this fight gets longer than it needs to be. Oh man. How bad was my PB? Alright, so because he's not close to a wall... Alright, right here is where I want him. Nope, it's not close to a wall. Come on. Okay, there we go. Hit him twice that time. Oh no, and he flew away. Oh, I still got him. Alright, sick. Okay, should be closer to dead soon. So I saved my my Wonder Essence for okay, got him. I saved my Wonder Essence to use last because it's I want it to give me the health back later on in the fight, so that's why I use the magic elixir first. So there we go. That's how you do that fight relatively quickly in the US version. And having the third magic seed absolutely helps out that fight. Unfortunately, like I kind of gave up about 30 seconds into that fight, trying to get him stuck in a corner, and then just had to go ham with the firebook. So even though the sword does a lot of damage, the firebook actually does more, especially if you hit him twice. So ideally, you want to do that. Okay, so now we're just heading up to the Lake Shrine. So first we gotta go turn in our crests that we've been gathering. throughout the rest of the game. If I need a little bit of like extra health, like if I'm not feeling confident on my health level here, I could actually get another health piece right there in the upper right of this screen, but I think we'll be fine, probably. We'll probably be okay. Especially with extra magic seeds. I think the one time where I pretty much beefed it on this, I didn't have for healing things, or for magic things. So now that we do, no big deal. Alright, so here we gotta turn in all these crests. Alright, out of the way, orc guys. Alright, so important bit coming up here. I could lose like 3 minutes, or almost 3 minutes, if I don't do something in this screen. I'm gonna do my best to not do the thing. I'm going to instead what it says in large all caps letters in my notes, which is hold up when going down the waterfall. So in order to get to the last crest stand, you actually have to go a bit out of your way to get there. So here, in this bit, it is super important to hold up on the D-pad as you go down this waterfall. If you don't, you're going to fall into the lake, and then you have to go all the way around, all the way down south, and all the way back up again. To get back here. Alright. Alright, overkill. But we got him. Alright, so I don't actually care how much magic I have left right now, because I'm going to get a healing, or a Wonder Essence here. I'm not going to use it, because I need that for later. But I will not be using magic in the next bit of the game, and I'll be getting a magic seed in a bit, which will give me all my magic back anyways, so doesn't matter. I can go nuts with the magic spells at that point. Alright, so here's the last crest stand. I'm gonna get a little cutscene of the lake shrine coming out of the lake. And then we start the actual lake shrine, which is a very, very big dungeon. I guess it's a dungeon and a half in terms of size compared to the other ones. So I guess it's not amazingly big, but it's still a big dungeon. Take my word for it. It's a big dungeon. Very complicated. And in the Japanese run, after you beat Zorja in the Japanese run, the run is practically over. Like you can relax if you're doing the Japanese run past Zorja, but in the US run, you can't relax until the final boss is dead. Because the fights take longer, and there are many more opportunities for the game's AI to completely screw you over. So, US run ain't over until we see some hot anime. Okay. So, those enemies there... Oh, jeez. Alright, hold on. I completely forgot there's a new strat here. Alright. This... Why did that not... Well, considering the Dreamcast had like 4 RPGs, as good as Skies of Arcadia is, I'm gonna have to go with PlayStation on this one. Alright. know they had a bunch. I very much disagree because I made a list of all the Dreamcast RPGs recently. And there were like 3. Climax Land. I think that's called what? Oh, not this room. Time Stalkers. I think that's Time Stalkers in North America. That one's a weird game. That one's like a randomly generated dungeon crawler. And sure, that's an RPG, I guess. Wait, you're calling Shenmue an RPG? As much as I love Shenmue and all that, Shenmue is not an RPG. But so far, I'm not going to count Shenmue, but counting Skies of Arcadia, PSO, Time Stalkers, and their sequels in quotes, so far that's at least 4. You're going to have a longer list than that. Shenmue is an open-world action-adventure game. Believe me, as a guy who has played some Shenmue in his life, I think I know what type of game Shenmue is. Alright, let's see if I can get this skip here. So this is skip. I keep forgetting that this is a marathon commentary thing. So there I did a skip to avoid having to go around to where that that switch is. Alright. This way. So I got a key there to open up this door. And then this one is just kind of hope for the best. It does, actually, because I think you're wrong, and that's all the evidence that I need. I have yet to hear anybody besides you call Shenmue an RPG, because, come on. Bruh, please. That's just crazy talk. But hey, you do you, man. But anyways, as per your previous argument, Dreamcast still has like 4 RPGs. If we want to count Shenmue and Shenmue 2, there's 6. Great, congratulations. I have a list of all of the PS1 RPGs for my category stuff for PS Explosion, and there's, I think, 65 of them. Yeah, Shenmue is like, if you want to count the learning your skills stuff as an RPG thing, then what would that make? Like Ninja Gaiden an RPG? That would make a lot of weird stuff RPGs. So, nah. Nah, son. Though something like Quest for Glory, absolutely, I would call that an RPG. Because that actually has an RPG-based skill system, and that game is very similar to Shenmue in a lot of ways. But Shenmue does not have, like, anywhere near the amount of stat-based stuff that something like Quest for Glory does. Even though mechanically they are very similar. Alright, so we're almost done with the outer lake shrine here. So here we just got to do this hedge maze. This one can be kind of difficult to like fathom what to do here at first, but once you figure out that these little gaps in the hedge maze let you go through them, then you're good. The game's called Medieval, not Medieval. I don't know if the title's different in, like, Europe or something, but US release is called Medieval. Alright, so I'm just going through, getting all these keys. Still medieval? Alright. Well, it's just learn to spell then, I guess. Alright. Down through here. Up into here. Sir Daniel. Yep. I've never played Medieval. I've heard a lot of good things about Medieval, but never played them. I think I played... there might have been a demo of Medieval, I want to say. But yeah, it is definitely not appeared in the poll, because I have a feeling it's going to be like a first round pick. Alright, so this is our fourth and final magic seed that we get in the run. The chest on the left has a gilded falcon. Alright, so here's the last bathroom break in the run. Here's some inputs I gotta do here for this this dialogue, but there's also a very long cutscene of just, hey, here's this big dungeon, have fun. And then it gives you control again. Hold on. During this, I'm going to open up my database, go into categories. PS1 has 51 things that I categorized as RPGs in the US alone. It has 21 action RPGs and 15 strategy RPGs. So if you add up those, what was that, 60, 66, and 87. There's 87 RPGs on PS1 in North America alone. That's discounting all the, not counting all the Japanese ones, and there might have been like some official, like PAL-only RPGs or strategy RPGs or action RPGs, but in the US alone, 87 of them. I'll like Wild 9. Yep, I bought Wild 9 many years ago for 25 cents at a Game Crazy. I also, in that same purchase, I also got Irritating Stick, also for 25 cents. So, that's how good of a game Game Crazy thought Wild 9 was, so I'm looking forward to that one. I never played it. Like, I bought the disc for 25 cents, and I've never played Wild 9. I've just had the disc for a long time. Okay, so this is the Inner Lake Shrine. This is, what, like 15 or 20 minutes of just non-stop platforming and puzzle solving in this hot RPG Alundra. We solve a puzzle, therefore this is an RPG, you guys. So there's a ton of stuff to do in this. There's three levels to this dungeon. There's like 15 keys or something I need to get. There's a billion switches I gotta hit. It's crazy. Yeah, I know about the torture mechanic. That's I've heard about that. That's a thing you can do in Wild 9. Alright, in there. Through here. I'm playing the role of Alundra right now. Therefore. Hot video game. Alright. So, first things first, we needed to go get that key, and then we need to do the bottom right section of the of the dungeon here. Thank you, we did it, Reddit. I agree. Alright, hit this. Gotta open this. Get the key. Head on out. So now we gotta go do the same thing on the left side of the dungeon. We gotta get over there first. Though don't get me wrong, there's some hot games on Dreamcast. Like one of the games I was looking into for speedrunning is called Egg, Elemental Gimmick Gear, which is kind of like this, except it's you play as a like suit of armor that spins everywhere, and it's it looks interesting. Though one of the speed strats is you need to win a fight, I think like 200 times or something, in order to make a an ability to unlock. And I haven't like timed how long the whole run would be, but any percent might include getting that thing. And I don't know if I ever want to run that game if I have to do that. Because the minimum amount of time to do that fight is like 30 seconds, I think. Each time you attempt that fight, and you have to do it 200 times or something. And I don't know if I'm about that life. Shit, I almost screwed this up. Alright, fine now. So I need a little bit of health to damage boost through there. And then I theoretically should not be hit anymore in the rest of this dungeon. Yeah, it's about 30 seconds. Like, I tried it out. Because I initially played a little bit of the game just to see if I liked it. To, like, possibly route it. I think I got sidetracked by some other project at the time, so I didn't look into it further. But yeah, I timed how long it was, and from starting the fight, doing it, and then starting a new one, it was like 30 seconds. Alright, so that little cutscene that played there when I hit that switch, that put out one of the fires in the main room of the castle, or the shrine here. And we need to put out 5 more. So here's how we skip a lot of stuff here. We do this. You get your hot dog out and you throw it up there. I have zero desire to run a handheld game, so no thank you on Golden Sun. It doesn't even look like an interesting run anyways, so a double no thanks on that one. But even though I'd run a handheld game on like Game Boy Advance Play or something, I still want nothing to do with that. Alright. Here. So in order to do this this thing, I need to light all 6 torches here, but I have to light the one in the upper left last, because the last one that you light is where the chest lands, and that's the only one you can actually jump to. The one to the right, it looks like you should be able to jump to that, but you actually can't. I played quite a bit of Golden Sun, and I got bored so quickly, so for the second time tonight, you do you, man. Also, I think that runs like 8 hours, so also big no thanks. Especially for a game I don't even like. So this, because I have the hot dog and we can do the hot dog glitch, I should also mention the hot dog glitch. If you're doing these as intended, you'd be moving these pillars over onto these switches to unlock stuff, or like platforming around the edge of the room and then manually standing on them. But for whatever reason, the hot dog in this game triggers pressure plates in this dungeon specifically. So we can turn otherwise pretty annoying jumping puzzles and puzzle rooms into just easy, no problem. By just throwing a hot dog on them. No problem. Alright, so that was the left side second floor. Now I gotta go down and do the right side second floor. To do that, I gotta drop in here. Go up to the right side stairs. Over here. Over here to open this door. For this, we got some hot dog strats like that. Gotta go down here first and get a key. So for these guys, I gotta let them spawn in first, and then wait a second, and then slash at them. Otherwise they teleport away immediately. Alright. So now that we got that, go up here. This room is probably the worst jumping puzzle in the whole game. I hated this one so much. Playing this casually a while ago. Because stuff like that. Like, I would get that far in the jumping puzzle and then not make that jump. Like, it's horrible. Okay, so this is the one room where I mentioned earlier that I actually use the powered up steel flail ability. Because I use it right there. So I need a little bit more health here. Luckily, when I use the hot dog glitch to get to that switch over there, all the pillars, or all the breakable blocks in this room, reset. And I get a second try at more health drops. Okay. Alright, so let's see what we get over here. So hopefully the guy who said that he missed a switch casually is paying attention. So I'll show you where all those switches are. So I gotta make sure not to miss any of these switches. If I miss any of these, then... oh man, then the run is practically over. Alright, so that was the second floor right side. We already did the second floor left side, so next stop is the roof. Or roof, if you like to mispronounce roof. So we gotta go to the first floor up to the left side, go all the way up the left tower, over to the roof. Yep, the roof. Right? Easy. Here, this is the last, like, danger spot in the run. So ideally, I get rid of these guys. Alright, get rid of you. So that's marathon safety strats there. So I need to ledge walk here. Past these. Up onto here. And then down and around onto this. In there. Okay. So that was the last spot that that I could die before the boss rush. So I can rest easy for a little bit. Alright, need to make sure not to fall off of that roof. And head over this way onto the other roof over here. And down into here. I gotta get my hot dog out again for this. Wasting all these hot dogs, jeez. Alright, onto the right side roof. Over into here. This is why that switch that I mentioned I need to absolutely not miss. That opens up these little door things. Alright, so now we're done with the roof section. In here. Y'all pronouncing roof wrong. Come on. That's how you do it. I'll teach you how to Alundra and how to English at the same time. Alright, so that's the second to last switch. If you jump on the same frame that you land on the switch, you can jump again, but it doesn't let you, like, continue moving. Which kind of sucks, but oh well. Oh well. Alright, so now we gotta go up the right side and to not get hit by these spike balls. Alright, gotta hit this switch. Up over here to get a key. Back into the store. And we're right next to where the last switch is. Alright, right over here, up in the store. That's our last key we'll need. These guys take 2 hits to kill. Even with our super overpowered legendary sword, these guys still take 2 hits to kill. And they can still do a ton of damage to you. Alright, so there's the last switch. Hopefully a guy who never finished Alundra is paying attention. And now you can totally complete Alundra. So I need to make my way down to the first floor again. Do not drop in those holes in that room. That only leads to sadness. Because you have to solve a puzzle in order to make it out of those rooms. So instead go this way. Alright, okay, good here. So up next is, the Dark Dragon. So I split after the screen fades out here, for those of you splitting along at home. So the Dark Dragon is actually might as well be the real final boss of Alundra. The Dark Dragon takes a ton of hits to kill. It moves around the screen. It can do a ton of damage to me. So this one, if I'm not careful, can be an issue. But we'll see. We'll see what we get here. Alright. So I actually want the dragon to kill me on purpose, because it'll use up my Wonder Essence. So I'm going to intentionally not save here. Alright, so we want the dragon to get down on the ground, because this gives me another opportunity to hit the dragon. Now it's just me and the dragon. So I intentionally stay in front of the... Oh, I didn't split. You're right. Okay, skip that. No, that's reset. Oh, God. Okay, well, we'll keep the timer going. Well, I'll have to manually retime this. Fuck, I thought I hit the skip slit button. Alright, we'll manually retime this. So we were at, like... Oh, I can't believe Light Split doesn't have a manual thing. For fuck's sake. Alright, we'll manually retime this, but... This is probably going to be the sub, See, the skip split button isn't working properly. Yeah, it's resetting instead of Oh my god. Live split. Alright, anyways. Let's keep going. This is still going to be the world record, by the way. We won't have a proper time for it. I'll have to manually retime it. But, this is... As long as I don't die to the final boss, then we're good. Don't worry about backslash. That one was my bad. But yeah. Anyways, what's happening here is they're dreaming hard enough to give me a health restore, a magic restore, and a wonder essence. Let's see. So that's why I intentionally used my wonder essence at the end of that fight. So the next phase of the boss here, which here, let's just scroll down. So we're on Melzus 1 right now, the Melzus 1 split. And for this boss fight, like the dragon in the volcano area before, the only way to damage it is to hit him with a fire attack. So either the fire book or the fire wand. What I'm going to be doing is charging up the fire wand and then doing the weapon swap glitch, which we went over before, to do more damage to the boss than I'm technically supposed to be able to. In the US version of the game, let's see, I think it's like 40 hits, maybe, with the fire wand to kill the boss, but it's way less than 40 if you use the weapon swap glitch. Well, no, it's not like I'm manually timing the splits. I'm manually timing what the end time is, because I just load up the video file because I have a local recording, and then I just see what the frame count was, so no big deal. So I'll give you what the final time is at the end of this. I just need to stop my recording. Okay, so here the correct clone to hit is the last one to spawn, which is the one in the upper left. Oh, so I screwed it up there. Oh, that was not the right one. Okay, we're fine. Alright, this is going fantastic. Oh my god. I'm not paying attention at all here, apparently. Okay. There he is. So he's down now. So that was Melzus 1. And then Melzus 2 is right after this. This boss is normally fairly tough to fight. Casually, but if you know to do this, then this boss is a total joke. Got him. So there is the final boss. Timing stops in Alundra once I leave the room in the next bit. There is a little swag strat you can do here to save a little bit of time by abusing a kind of a weird gameplay thing where it autopilots you. So let's see if I can get it. Alright. Here. So you need to go over here, jump, and then go down. Oh, I'm going to the right. No. If I had gone straight down, I would have glided down to the middle of the room, but I beefed it. As usual, I beefed a lot of stuff in this. But this might actually be a sub 6 run. Let's see what it is. So timing stops. Time right there. 5:15.9. I am the best Alundra speedrunner in the world. 5-minute Alundra run. We did it. Okay. Let me stop my PB, or stop my local recording, and we'll see what the time was. Alright, so anyways, this has been a Alundra pitch for marathon purposes for AGDQ 2017 and or RPG Limit Break. Though if Spiriax is able to attend the event, he will be running this instead of me. I'll just be talking on the couch, probably, if he lets me. So yeah, let's open up the local recording. Stop recording. We gotta let this process, and then we'll see what the time is. God, I can't fucking believe that I hit my skip splits button, but evidently that's the break everything button. Maybe because I didn't bind it correctly in my keyboard or something, but I hit there is a key that is lit up green on my keyboard. That is the skip split button, and I pressed that one, and what happened is it turned off, it reset my splits. So great. Alright. So I accidentally turned off my splits at 5:53, and that was when the dragon went down. So at 6:02:16 in the VOD. Okay, let's do math here. Okay. At 6:02:16 in the VOD, my timer was at 5:53:27. And then when time should have stopped was in the VOD was at 6:08:07. 6:08:07. So 6:08:07 minus 6:02:16. Oh god, it's not gonna be an even number. So 5 minutes and 49 seconds? Does that sound right? For how much time goes on to the end of the timer? So 8:07 minus 2:16. What is that? 8 minutes, 7 seconds minus 2 minutes, 16 seconds. I'm not a mathologist. Let me calculate this to seconds. Calculator. I just like glancing at this though and using my math force. I don't think this is sub 6. So 8 times 60 plus 7. 487 seconds. 487. 2 times 60 plus 16. 136. So 487 minus 136. 351. 351 divided by 60. So 5.85 minutes. And no, this was totally sub 6. Yo, we got there. 5.85. So 60 times 0.85 is 51. So 5 minutes, 51 seconds. Added onto the timer. So that ended up being 5 5:59. 18. 5:59:18 was the final time. We did it. Okay, we made it. That's the final time. That's actually the new world record for NTSC Alundra. 5:59:18, boys. We did it. Alright, so let's enjoy this hot anime. Can't believe we reset the timer. Oh boy. Alright, we did it. Good. So we successfully got a sub 6 in Alundra. Successfully roasted Dreamcast guy. Overall, A+. We did it. Thank you, Macaw, for the Sinboard. Macaw, one of these days I want to play through Sinbad. Like, the DOS game looks like crap, but I think I want to get that. The 54029 was a Japanese run. This is a US version run. NTSC-U. They're different categories. And yeah, my PB on Japanese is like 520 something. But as usual, the guy who has sole control of the Alundra leaderboards doesn't give a single shit about Alundra. And he takes like a month to verify stuff, and yeah. It's a cool situation we got with the speedrun.com leaderboard for Alundra. This random guy is in full control, full sole control of the Alundra leaderboard. Alright, we did it. So because this is the US version, by the way, stay tuned for the incredible ending credits music. Alright, are you ready for this? So I'm playing this on fastest speed, so we get a fast song. This is my jam. This song's actually in English. This isn't J-pop. This is just pop. Special thanks to Mountain Dew, right at the bottom. Oh man, a sing-along. Yeah, I do that. I can slow down the music if I reset the game and turn off fastest speed. So the song's over, but the credits are only half over. Because, That's how this game rolls. So let's see, what do we got here? How about some battle chess? Or we do this. That battle chess is pretty good. I checked the other day, and I didn't put any chess games in PS Explosion. So there's a game called just Chess by A1, and then there's Chess Master 2. So I have no idea how to play chess. I am the world's worst chess player. I think if I ever want to play chess, or learn how to chess, we might as well do it on stream. Like, same with Mahjong. I eventually want to learn how to Mahjong, but I just gotta sit down and learn it, and I need some Mahjong senpais to help me out with it. But I don't know, I think I might add, like, Chess Master 2 into PS Explosion, and also, like, a Mahjong game. Because I had an okay opportunity to learn how to Mahjong in college, but, it was always, like, there was a line to play Mahjong. Alright, we did it. The end. So, new NTSC world record. Yay, we did it. The end runtime was 5:59:18. I manually retimed it using my local recording, so that's actually the time. People can double check it if they want. Oh god, I guess this means I'll have to do another Alundra NTSC run at some point in the future to get it a VOD that actually has a time. But anyways, this is my marathon pitch for Alundra at SGDQ, or no, AGDQ and RPG Limit Break. It's a pretty good game. This is the variation D, I think, for the US disc. Yeah, variation D. Pretty good game. Anyways, thank you for watching. Thank you for your consideration. I'll see you at the event. Take care. Alright folks, that is